Okay, sit hom aan die agtereen. As gaan ek nie op hom sit nie. Net afhol.
Je kan net uitdragen.
Okay.
Je kan net gewoon toevallen met die andere keer.
Okay.
Hierin.
Okay. So dat ek hom sla.
Good morning, everybody. It's nice to see everyone here. We've met outside and had a chat. It is just my privilege to say that everybody is more than welcome, especially those of you who have come some way from, say, Grahamstown or Mossel Bay or Potch and places like that. Very welcome. We look forward to this day. I'm Koos Pauw. I'm just the session person. The session person for this first session. I'm now going to introduce or give Montagu Murray the floor, and he will do the introductions and know one another. And I am looking forward to this day, as is every one of you. So enjoy, and Montagu, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Koos, and welcome also from my side. You received the invitation to this workshop, and in the invitation we said that Nova will present the overview of some of our most interesting results, and that we hope then to inspire you to participate possibly in a book project. And you're also welcome just to attend as an observer and see if some of the research results may be interesting in your field of interest. But before we start, I just wanted to say something about, let's call it a moment of truth. When Moses is called by God in Exodus 3, it suddenly changes our way of looking everything that happened in the narrative up to that point. Because at that stage, we've heard how the king of Egypt ordered the midwives, Sifra and Pua, to kill all the Hebrew boys, and how they feared God and how they disobeyed the king. And then, as a result, Moses was saved and ultimately adopted by the daughter of the Pharaoh himself. Similarly, in the book of Esther in the Bible, there's also a specific turning point where all the events in Esther's life up to that stage in the narrative have to be interpreted in a different way when we read the words of Mordecai in verse 4, verse 14. And who knows but that you have come to your royal position such a time like this. There are moments in our personal lives and also for humanity that we realize that we have come to a certain place and time where there's an opportunity to interpret our history in a different way. And by doing so, to even influence the course of our own destiny. On a smaller scale, similarly today, we're also going to present a history to you. It's the history of some research results that we have from NOVA. And we will reflect also on a new epoch for humanity called the Anthropocene. One could also say the new epoch for the Earth system. And perhaps it's not a coincidence that we are here together today. And even if this specific workshop or your participation in the book project is not a life-changing event or an aha moment for you, I still hope that you will find it interesting and that we will all remain open to learn from each other and to think together about the meaning of finding or searching with low-income households and networks for ways to improve the quality of life, their quality of life, without compromising the ecological integrity of the Earth system, and by doing so, taking up our calling and our responsibility to do so. So welcome once again, and I hope that you will find today's events enriching. You all have received the program, and I'm not going to go through the whole program with you, but I just wanted to just quickly highlight some aspects of the program. So this first session is we will introduce each other, and in a moment or so I'm going to ask each one of you to actually just in one sentence or so introduce yourself. We'll get to that. But there's also quite a number of people that will be joining us possibly now live online. I'm not sure how many people have logged in online, but this event will also be recorded, and I hope most of you have been informed that it will be recorded, because beforehand we did so and you've given your permission, so thank you for that. So the event will be recorded so that we can also make it available to others that may be interested in participating. Maybe I can just mention there's 6 South African universities involved, and there's at least three international universities involved, or international people from the Netherlands, Belgium, and United States of America. So we're glad that it's quite a broad audience at this stage, and maybe you may even have other colleagues that you have in your networks that may also be interested to participate. So the first session will be the introductory session. Then we will present in 2 sessions some of NOVA's research results. And then we are very privileged to have Valerie Møller here that will say something under additional relevant contributions about quality of life studies, and also Koos Pauw that will say something about evidence-based policy. And then after lunch, we will have breakaway sessions so what is important is that each one of you through the course of the day think which of the exploratory themes that we are looking at may be interesting to you. And then we will break up in groups discussing some of these themes, and we will come back and give feedback on the result of those discussions. So now we will come to the part where each of us will introduce ourselves. May I ask, if it's not too difficult, that you just that you don't have to come onto the stage, but maybe just come a little bit forward when you state your name, so that we also can catch it or capture it on the recording. But before we do that, I would just quickly like to read to you, it will take 3 minutes, just the persons that will be participating online or afterwards, so that you also know in your group discussions who to consider as possible co-authors for your chapter. So first, let me start with Bianca Reyneke, who works in climate change and human health with a focus on indoor ambient air pollution exposure in low-income communities. Danitza Kloppe lectures at the University of Limpopo. She has worked on air quality, meteorology, and atmospheric science studies, environmental legislative frameworks regarding abandoned mines, and the viability of urban developments on the footprints of remined gold tailing storage facilities. Ernst Wolf is Professor of Philosophy at the Institute of Philosophy, Leuven. His interests include political and social philosophy, ethics, philosophy of technology, social theory, and technicity of action. At the University of Limpopo in geography and environmental studies, one of her interests is to develop a better understanding of environmental health inequities and risk in both the urban and rural context through risk and vulnerability assessment and mapping. Fernando Nascimento is Assistant Professor of Digital and Computational Studies, Bowdoin College, United States of America. He has worked in telecommunication industry, developing software for mobile devices, and in philosophy, with a specific focus on the work of Paul Ricoeur. Izelku Botha lectures at the University of Limpopo in geography and environmental studies. Her interests include environmental management, human geography, behavioral geography, and perception of behavioral studies. Christy Langerman lectures at Energy Studies at the University of Johannesburg. Her area of expertise is the environmental aspect of energy. Millicent Kekana lectures zoology at the University of Limpopo. Her research interests include water quality, fish health, river health, and other aquatic organisms. Rebecca Garland lectures at the University of Pretoria. She has a background in atmospheric chemistry with a focus on air quality and climate change and science policy linkages. Rudolf Berger is physical geographer with a focus on atmospheric science. His research focus on atmospheric processes and their interaction with human activities. Stefan de Beer is executive director of the Center of Contextual Ministry at the University of Pretoria that focus on the training of community leaders for contextual engagement in their communities. And then lastly, Wilmien Powell is a chairholder in ecosystem health at the University of Limpopo. Her focus is the natural environment with a particular emphasis on aquatic ecosystems and ecosystem services. So very welcome also to all these participants that will be watching this recording or that is participating at the moment with the live streaming. Yes, oh sorry, I want to go back. So if we can then just quickly start with each one of us. Maybe, Koos, you would like to start. And there's 10 minutes left, so we're well within our time. And then let's start at the back. And then, yeah, Derek, with you after Koos, and then I will conclude right at the end by stating my own name. If you okay.
I'm Koos Pauw. I'm currently Emeritus Professor of Public Administration, which is the subject I've taught since 1995 at UNISA, but I'm trained as a philosopher. That's the dangerous part. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's fine right there.
Good morning, Derek Blau. I'm from Northwest University. Be careful, we are economists.
My name is Anna Pretorius. I'm also from the Northwest University. And yeah, I see myself as a data analyst, so I love working with data. And with our links with Prof Reyneke and Derek for the past 20 years, that with informal workers. So I have the luxury of analyzing their data, whether it's subjective well-being of car guards, waste pickers, and stuff like that.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Christiaan Pauw. I work for the Nova Institute. I live in Hartenbos in the Western Cape. My doctorate is in systematic theology. I'm unsure what my interests are, but they are broad-ranging, including air quality, the interface between air quality and health, domestic energy, research methodology, and I have taken a special interest in the field of creating cryptographic tokens of beneficial outcomes and in the crypto economy and in the potential that that has for the type of work Nova is doing.
This is sort of like handing over the baton in a relay race. I'm Valerie Møller. I'm very privileged to be among people who do such interesting and useful work. I come from the Institute of Social and Economic Research. I've always worked in a research institute all my academic life at Rhodes University, and that is now Grahamstown or Makanda in the Eastern Cape. My academic interests, well, I got hooked on quality of life studies in the 1970s, that will tell you, and have pursued, I've always inserted a happiness or a life satisfaction question in every study I've done, ranging from poverty, living conditions, housing, even gardening, which I know nothing about. And also among youth and the elderly. So it's always been a privilege to look at so many different aspects of life in South Africa and abroad.
Hi everybody, I'm Nicolette Roman. I'm at the Center for Interdisciplinary Studies of Children, Families and Society at the University of the Western Cape in Cape Town. I'm also a chair in the study of the family, looking at human capabilities and social cohesion, and in all of that I do early childhood development with a specific focus on the first 1,000 days, and we're heading towards the 2,000.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Reyneke. I'm at the University of the Western Cape, and I'm a colleague of Nikki. We're coming a long way, and then my other long-standing relationship is Derek and Anma that we were just introduced to. I'm the research chair in Waste in Society, so I'm dealing with all the societal issues about waste, because waste is about people littering, dumping, and the effect of it on families and on communities. So, yes.
Morning, everybody. Pierre, Reyneke. I'm working for Nova and also enrolled as a PhD student at WITS. My study at WITS is on waste reuse practices by the informal sector. And for Nova, we're focusing on waste burning interventions. And I'm in Joburg, based in Joburg.
Hello everyone. Sure. I'm Antoinette van der Merwe. Sorry, now I have to look at the cheat sheet. I worked at Nova before as a consultant. Now I'm at the University of Pretoria. I grew up here in Pretoria, and then I lived all over the country and the world, and recently moved back. And now I'm very close to where I grew up, so it's quite nice to be here again. My research interest is I recently completed my PhD at the ETH in Zurich in development economics. Of course, that has a wide range of applications, so I'm quite interested in my PhD. I looked at artisanal gold mining in Burkina Faso, and now I'm focusing more on early childhood development, working with Nova, as well as waste, also working with Nova, some sanitation projects, so all over. So yeah, of course, be careful for the economists.
My name is Sytse Strijbos. I'm from the Netherlands. I'm here just for this occasion, but I have been here many times in the past, many years ago. So it's a privilege for me to be here again today. I started a couple of years ago an organization with Nova. In my professional life, I have been first a physicist, and after that I moved to philosophy because I think I could make there a better contribution to the problems of society. And in the cooperation with Nova, I focus on issues of myself. I focus on issues of technology and society, because technology is the way in which we build a home for ourselves in the home that's given to us. Thank you. That's all.
Hello everybody, I'm Betsie le Roux. I grew up in a missionary field for the first 10 years of my life. Then I started with my career in ecology, and that developed into agriculture and water management. And if you combine all that, you end up most probably in working in sanitation, and that's what I do most of the time at Nova. Thanks.
Good morning. My name is Nika Jacobs, and I'm also with the Northwest University. My background is in urban studies, but I'm now with the climatology research group. and my interest is quality of life, and then also community participation or community engagement and research methodology.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Patu Mukwebo. I'm also from Northwest University. We are based in Potchefstroom. So yeah, my academic interest, I also recently completed a PhD, but my focus is on air quality governance and management. So the question I'm asking is, how effective are the current policies and legislation in terms of air quality governance? So I'm trying to apply methodological theory of change to try and figure out where are we going wrong, what are the assumptions that we have, how can we improve our legislations, and so forth.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tsidiso Udumo. I'm from the Nova Institute, and my hometown is currently in Vanderbijl Park in the Val, and I'm a pastor or a reverend in United Reformed Church, and my academic interest is on practical theology. I think that's all for now.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Valim Zuli. I'm from the Nova Institute, and my hometown is Mpumalanga in Gwazamobuhle. And my academic interest is I'm doing my second year in BCom in project management. Thank you.
Yes, good morning. I'm Attie van Niekerk. I'm at Nova. I'm the Chief Experience Officer because I have so much experience. But actually it's about the way that the household experience the services they receive. So my work is mostly to work with households. At the moment I work with Catherine Senyolo on Chics and sanitation. At the moment my two focuses.
Good morning, I'm Hendrik Snyman. I also work for the Nova Institute. I'm the operations officer, so I'm accountable for all the implementation. I also studied theology, ironically while knowing that I'm never going to become a minister. So Attie saved me around about my 6th year and offered me a position at Nova, and I haven't left in 13 years, I think 16 or something like that. My interest is solely to understand all these creative and interesting perspectives that you bring, to try and see how we can make that work in the communities where we are.
My name is Liam. I'm with the Nova Institute. And my hometown is Mossel Bay. And my academic interests, I studied environmental science, but these days I just play a lot with all of Nova's beautiful data. So yeah, I'm pretty much a data analyst. Yes.
Hello, my name is Tertius. I'm also from the Nova Institute. I have a background in BCom marketing, and I do not currently have any specific interest, but I assist on a wide range of topics, and I enjoy hiking, birding, and in nature with my family, so it would be great if I can make a difference that they have something like that available for them in the future.
Hello everyone, my name is Luke Kabongo from Inner Change. We are a mission organization working primarily in communities of poverty around the world. We are currently in 27 different countries, and my role is the General Director of Inner Change. My hometown would be where I live now, which is Soshanguve Township, but I was born in the DR Congo in a small town called Bukavu, and my academic interest is in grassroots community development as well as urban theology.
Good morning. My name is Hendrik Smith. I am a management accountant by trade. My interest in universities, well, I lectured at the University of Pretoria in management accounting in 1997, 1998, those years. my chief interest is decision making and specifically information for decision making. I bring to Nova a industry perspective, being a person that's worked for decades in management in large corporates. But I have been with Nova for 10 years, and my interest remains information for decision making. And this session here is very, very interesting for me because there will be a lot of information, and it's also interesting to see people's frameworks, what they value and what they don't, and how they look at the past and the future, and more specifically the present and the future, and who and what they are willing to offer, which is trade-offs that we do when we make decisions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, everybody. Is there one more? Henry?
My name is Hendrik Murray. I think you pick up a family relationship, but I've done consulting for many, many years, and I think in the beginning, in the beginning of the EU, yeah, I assisted Nova to become more consulting orientated, and my interest at the moment is becoming a very successful pensioner.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Henry. Thank you, everybody. Montagu, if we can conclude the session, if it's fine with you. But you must go. You are so well known, but in any case,
no,
let's do.
Yeah, my name is Montagu Murray. I'm also involved at the Nova Institute. I grew up in Newcastle, in KwaZulu-Natal, and my interest is, I also have a systematic theological background, but since working for Nova, we've been focusing more on quantitative and qualitative indicators of measuring impact on quality of life of some of the interventions that we are involved with. Thank you. I just want to say we went a little bit over our time in this session, but that's not a crisis. We'll just catch up maybe either in tea break or in the next session where I will present.
Thank you very much, Montagu. I think we're going to start the next session immediately. I'm not sure whether we're going to have one or two presenters. Attie and Sytse, will you both come forward, or only Attie? And if Montagu would assist you with the microphone, then we can start immediately. Thank you very, very much, Attie, for doing this session. The book we are planning today is a part of a series. And the first book has been published, and Attie and Sytse were the editors, and Attie is going to bring us up to speed with the history that the Nova Institute has experienced with publishing. And today we are in the next round, and you will see as the day progresses what our aims are, what our objectives are. So, Attie, you've already introduced yourself, so I'll give you the floor. Thank you very much.
Good, thank you, Koos. The aim of this this 20 minutes is to give some background to the present book project, referring to the previous book project of projects. So this is a recap of the first book. We cannot continue like this, facing modernity in Africa and the West. So this was from the conviction that modernity cannot solve all the problems that modernity has caused. We'd have to think wider than only the modern paradigm. Now, modernity has solved a lot of problems, and it has inspired many people with a dream of a good future that we can build with our own knowledge and technology and so on. But those dreams are under stress with all the problems that have been caused by modernity. So the agenda will be quickly a quick overview of the book, background of the three entities that were involved, and then something about the way forward. That is those 10 chapters of the first book. We cannot continue like this. It was published by AOSIS, which is an online open access publisher, and there's a variety of subjects. 3 of them about NOVA projects, but also 3 out of the Netherlands, from a wide variety of topics, where we all had the same idea that we cannot continue like this. We have to find new solutions. So the book was meant as a dialogue between diverse parties in order to bridge divides, such as the divide between the global north and the global south, by listening to voices from both in order to counter the hegemony of the global north. And then the split between issues of spiritual and secular nature in modern culture and Christianity. The other one, a dialogue between the separation between theory and practice, which often goes hand in hand with an assumed supremacy of the first. So, yeah, this is an academic book project that we are working on, but it comes out of, it reflects on practical work. And then the importance of households rather than just governments or businesses or academic institutions. So that is also very much part of NOVA's identity. Then the next slide. It started in 2019, that's 4 years ago, also in November, with cooperation between 3 organizations: the International Institute for Development and Ethics of Sytse, who is here, the Center for Faith and Community, and NOVA. The Center for Faith and Community is at the University of Pretoria, and we have worked with them also. All 3 want to operate as an intermediate between the university and broader society. Sytse said is interested in the technology and society, and that is that bridge. Next slide. Yeah, this book project comes from the tradition of IIDE. In 1995, the IID started as an international group of about 15 scholars from different disciplines who met annually in the Netherlands and regularly published a book or conference proceedings. Also different continents, also South Africa, America, England, Europe, and so on. I think Australia also. But that tradition, we participated in that a few times, and that inspired the present initiative today. The CFC is based in the Faculty of Theology and Religion at the University of Pretoria. Its vision is healthy communities through the formation of community and faith-based leaders. So they work with leadership. And then NOVA, it originated in a group of academics, a theologian, an engineer, a medical doctor, and an architect, who together studied the interactions between their fields of study in low-income households in the 1980s. So we looked at the household as a system where all these different factors, healthcare, schools, government, climate, whatever, have an impact on the household, and where they interact and combine to form the household as it is. And we wanted to understand that interaction in the household. And from the side of theology, also what is the role of culture and religion in that decision making in the household. So NOVA was registered in 1994 as a non-profit company to make our research useful for development projects. So from academic research to consultancy. NOVA's vision is a healthy household culture in Southern Africa. Our mission is to develop and promote ways, morals, products, technologies, practices to improve the quality of life of households. NOVA executes its mission together with household residents and networks. Good, that is about NOVA. And then the question of a series. Now, the first book we have seen is about facing modernity in Africa and the West. Then there's a second one that I wrote towards the sustainable well-being of communities, Africa, the modern empire and Christianity. And that is to be published soon, but it's in the same line of thinking. Households, modernity, Africa, the African world, the modern world, their interaction and combination focused in the household. So I looked at NOVA's work from my perspective. NOVA is much bigger than I am, a lot more than what I've done, but I looked at the projects in which I was involved. So the present book is a continuation in this tradition. It looks at the Anthropocene, which is arguably the result of modernity, the problems of the Anthropocene, the tough task of solving them, coming to the practical engagement with a variety of problems, and then reflecting on what we do, what we experience, what is happening, where we would like academic, scientific reflection on the more practical work that we do. So there's a few lines that you can see. Christianity is there, Africa, modernity, the household, and so on. So we have not said so far that this is formally a series, but it can become a tradition that we continue to publish works like this. What has happened now is that IIDE has come to an end in Europe, and we've been talking with Sytse that the work of IIDE will be taken up again by this book project within NOVA. In NOVA we have at the moment 4 business units. So we're talking about the possibility of maybe a 5th business unit that can be called Business Unit IIDE NOVA, where the stream of what IID has done over the years and what we want to do and has started to do with IIDE could continue in future. Yeah, so I think I've caught up a bit, Montagu, because I'm through with my presentation, but I see there's 10 minutes. We can maybe, if there's any questions, I think we can entertain them.
So just a quick question. The first book's title had the words Africa and the West, and the second had the modern empire.
Yeah.
The first book title had Africa and the West, which is very much, I guess, where we are situated in those 2 spheres. The second has the modern empire. Is there some kind of evolution in your thinking that happened from, from a focus perspective, or is there something else? What informs that movement?
Yeah, modernity was also in the title of the first book. We cannot continue facing modernity in Africa and the West. So the idea was there, because IIDE came from the Netherlands, that we look at the dialogue between the North and the South. But in Africa, the way in which Africa deals with modernity is a serious topic, also in the households. And then, but Europe has its own problems with modernity that it has to deal with in their way. The focus now shifts to Africa, less emphasis on the North-South dialogue. And yeah, the modern empire, it could have been modernity. It could have been, yeah, it's more or less the same idea.
Question or remark? We have a minute or what? We still have a few moments.
Just curious, the idea that, obviously I understand that modernity have lots of problems, but just an example of one such problem in Africa, and then maybe one such example of the problem in Europe with modernity. I think that the biggest one maybe from Africa and Europe, just be interesting to know.
Sorry, I did not...
So, you just mentioned that modernity has its own, the application of modernity in Africa and the application of modernity in Europe, both are experiencing their own unique problems. And so I can think of many. I'm just curious what you think would be the biggest in Africa and Europe. What's the biggest application problem of modernity in Africa?
Well, in Africa, I've always, from my doctoral study, been reading African writers, African literature. And one of the main themes there is, what must we do with this modern thing? How to deal with modernity. Yeah, and you see it in the households, you see it in politics in South Africa, we see it today, that in Africa there's a problem of completely identifying with and accepting modernity as it is. And there's a lot of debate about that.
May I add
Good.
something? Okay. I would say modernity is an invention from the West. It's a child of the Enlightenment. However, you have to make a distinction between modernity in its external way, how it shows itself, technology, scientific. There are many good things in it. But when I speak myself about modernity, I mean the spiritual insight. So the thinking, the life view, there's the underlying modernity. And in that sense, Africa can offer new chances, perhaps. Offer new chances in the way that other spirits come in and can perhaps repair this great shortcomings in the life here.
Much for that. The discussion has started. That's wonderful.
Can I just close by thanking Sytse for being here and for throwing his weight in with us here. We appreciate that.
That's wonderful. We also have from Amsterdam, I think, an attendant. Thank you very much to Attie, who is actually the elder here. Can we say that? We're in the Nova environment. Attie, you are the senior. We appreciate you very much. Thank you. So, for the sake of time, I'm going to end the session. The whole day is ahead for discussions. So we are going to give the mic to Montagu again. And I think the two gentlemen here are very well acquainted with the technology.
Thank you Thank you very much. The next session is about the title of the book, or the exploratory title of the book. I guess there's about 3 components, at least, in the title. The one, development in the Anthropocene, the tough task of working towards planetary well-being, and then also the concept of working with households, or with low-income households. So I would like to just say 1 or 2 or 3 things by means of introduction to the topic. I think all of you here can say from your various disciplines, you know, it's impossible to know anything about all these various disciplines, but I would just like to introduce the topic, and hopefully you will then add on to that, and we'll all learn from each other. So in terms of development, the first part of that phrase, development in the Anthropocene, Francis Fukuyama says that to study development is to study the change in human societies over time. So that's, in my mind, is quite a broad definition, because I also think that the concept of development has something of progress in it, or growth. Oh, sorry, this thing falls out. Let me just try this other, I think. Yes, this works better. It also has a kind of a element of progress. So the Cambridge Dictionary says the process in which someone or something grows or changes and becomes more advanced. So I think that was kind of the type of nuances that one gets in a term like development, but obviously development can be seen from various disciplines and many perspectives. I would just like to say something about development, how it was seen in the economic sciences, and as kind of an evolution in the understanding of the term. So let me start by the 50s, or first economic development. You all may know the famous inaugural speech of Harry Truman. He said, and here we kind of get a perspective of the sentiment about how people saw development, and also the positive way in which they actually saw it. It says, more than half the people of the world are living in conditions approaching misery. I believe that we should make available to peace-loving people the benefits of our store of technical knowledge in order to help them realize their aspirations for a better life. Greater production is the key to prosperity and peace, and the key to greater production is a wider and more vigorous application of modern scientific technical knowledge. So that was a sentiment, and that sentiment was taken forward by the Western approach when Kennedy proclaimed the 1960s the development decade and substantially increased the budget for foreign assistance. But we all know it didn't work out that way, and then gradually also there was a growing understanding that development cannot be equated with GDP or with economic growth. And you find that in the 70s and the 80s. Someone like, for example, Manfred Max Neef, which is one of our favorites, he went back to Aristotle's distinction between oikonomia, the art of household management, and grammatistike, the art of accusation. And he said that the reduction of economics to grammatistics has shaped the modern idea of development by equating it to growth in monetary terms. And he said then in his, he developed his theory further and said that the economy should serve people, not the other way around. And he said the best development process will be that which allows the greatest improvement in people's quality of life. And then he worked out his theory on fundamental human needs, and you get a similar approach, I would say, in many aspects also different, but the capabilities approach is also very well known from Sen and Nussbaum, and there it has to do with the capability to achieve a fulfilling life. That is what quality of life and development is about. It's not only about economic growth, and economic growth should not be the only indicator. One should also look at human quality of life. And then I would say that there was a further, a further develop in the understanding, I think, of personally of development, and that is the importance of the term sustainable development. That became more and more important. So the Brundtland report defines it, sustainable development. It says sustainable development is development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. So you can immediately see now future generations also comes into the picture. And I think that also brings us to the term Anthropocene, which was coined by Crucher and Stormer in 2000 to denote the present geological time interval in which many conditions and processes on Earth are profoundly altered by human impact. And then they proposed a new epoch to be added to the official geological timescale, succeeding the Holocene, which was the last 10,000 years. And there's much interesting literature, obviously, about this topic. I think at the moment, I mean, just to get a grip of all the literature and all the various perspectives is almost impossible. But the thinking has evolved, and I think more and more people are thinking about not only a human quality of life, but also the Earth as a system. If you take one example, in the book of Clive Hamilton, Defined Earth, he says, it's not just the continued spread of human impacts, that's the Anthropocene, on the landscape of further modification to ecosystems, but rather a rupture in the functioning of the Earth system as a whole. So much so that the Earth has now entered a new geological epoch. Now, there's people that differ from that view, obviously, but I think one have to take Hamilton serious because what he shows, and there's also the whole academic focus on Earth system science, which is very interesting. But more and more people are realizing that the Earth is a system with an atmosphere and a biosphere and everything on the Earth system, works together, and one have to try and understand how these various aspects impact each other. So, in terms of the tough task of working towards planetary well-being, the arrival of the Anthropocene contradicts all narratives, philosophies, and theologies that foretell a preordered and continuous rise of humankind to ever higher levels of material, social, or spiritual development. We must learn to live on this world as it really is. That is Hamilton's perspective. But I think what I wanted you to see by also bringing this into discussion is that this is quite different than the approach that we saw in the 50s, kind of strongly linking everything to economic growth and feeling that as long as the economy grow, there will be development, ever ongoing progress and development. So there's also interesting further definition. We suggested defining components of this new approach to planetary well-being. That's a new term that's also coming in. I'll say something about that right in the last bullet. But we suggest a focus on planetary well-being with a global scope addressing complexity through multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary work, and with a sense of urgency that guides an impact-oriented approach. And I think the group of people that's here today, practitioners and also several academic disciplines, I think we are in this tradition of bringing theory and practice together, bringing several disciplines together, and also trying to find a way to work more multi and transdisciplinary, which is a tough task in itself. So to learn to live in this world is a tough task. I think what we mean in this exploratory title with tough task is it's not, there's no place for arrogance or triumphalism when working on complex problems. It's tough, but it also does not mean one have to be fatalistic or have to give over all efforts. I think it's a culture of, although it's a tough task, working together, thinking together, and trying to find a way forward. And also evaluating if that way forward, what the impact of that way forward is, basically on people, but also more and more so on the Earth system, which is almost impossible because obviously it's a very complex and large system, but once again, it does not mean we should not try and understand more and more how these various aspects and subsystems of this system works together. And then working towards means active participation. Theory and practice, mission impact-orientated research and development, but also basic research, including basic research, and also trying to understand theoretically what we are busy with, even if it means in some instances basic research, not always applied research. And then planetary well-being, I like the definition of Antu et al. They say planetary well-being is the highest attainable standard of well-being for human and non-human beings and their social and natural systems, which I find quite an interesting definition to think about. And then the third part of the exploratory title, low-income households, Hamilton says, after pursuing for 2 centuries a program of economic growth at all costs through rampant exploitation of the natural world, the West now hopes desperately that the East, and I guess one can also say South, can decouple its economic growth from environmental destruction. And that is an interesting aspect. You will know in all the debates about climate change, you know, that the West have been the development of the Western industrial progress was fueled with fossil fuels. And now there's also large populations in China and India and also in Africa that has to develop, but they won't have, it seems as if the world they will not have the luxury of fueling their economies just with fossil fuel or with, at least with coal. I'm not saying it will necessarily be like that, but one have to find a sensible mix, transforming to cleaner ways of living, and that's the challenge, to understand in each context what is the most appropriate energy mix and so on. So just for as example, a country like South Africa, you know, how should we use coal, you know, in the just transition to solar and wind? What's the role of nuclear? What's the role of green hydrogen? And then what would the impact of these choices be on low-income households? I think that is where our interest is to also to try and understand. So we've been focusing on the microsystem of the household, but more and more it becomes a question, what if we are talking about a much larger system, the Earth system, what is the relationship between microsystems or a microsystem such as a household with a very large or a very complex, bigger system which called the Earth system? So households will remain an important, you know, social institution, I believe. Households and families, it's also a question how you define a household is also not all that simple. I think there can be many perspectives on what a household is, but families and households will remain important, and we are asking ourselves, what's the relationship between local environments, such as households and communities, and larger environments like the Earth system in the Anthropocene? Yeah, so that brings me close to the conclusion of this introduction to the title. So we've identified several exploratory themes. You've also received those themes on this paper. Let me just quickly read through the themes, because then you can maybe start thinking already what is the theme that would possibly interest you. But there would be a more philosophical or theoretical reflection on a grand narrative, you know, of what does it mean that we have arrived in the Anthropocene, and how will development change in the Anthropocene compared to other periods where we had other perspectives on what it might mean. Then the tough task of air quality management in dense low-income settlements. 3, the tough task of monitoring air quality and health impacts. Theme 4, tough task of sustainable domestic energy usage patterns. 5, the tough task of domestic waste management in dense low-income settlements. The tough task of water and sanitation in low-income settlements. The tough task of early childhood development. The tough task of working with the church. The tough task of working towards human well-being and biodiversity conservation. The tough task of influencing public policy. The tough task of quality of life impact measurement, tough task of enhancing the capabilities of low-income households to benefit from the fourth industrial revolution. And then there may also be other themes that you can think of that we have left out. I actually thought later on the one topic that we maybe have left out, which may also be important, is more than half of the world's population, I think, already is living in cities, and we do not have anything about cities and life in cities at the moment. Specifically, what is a just city, or what type of cities do we have to have, in the time of the Anthropocene? I think that may be something that we would like to add or not. Yeah, so that is the themes, and then I want to conclude with this presentation with this last slide. Just a few questions that we can maybe keep in mind during the course of the day. So are there any empirical results from the presentations that could add value to your work and that you may find interesting? How would you evaluate the results from the presentations against the broader insights of your academic field of interest? And does the notion that we have moved into a new epoch, the Anthropocene, have any implications for your academic field of interest? And will it change the way you approach your academic work in any way? And then a last question, do you consider contributing to the book or writing an academic article with NOVA? Yeah, that is an important point. Maybe you don't feel comfortable of working in the book, but maybe there's a topic or a theme or something that's, or some of the empirical results that you find interesting, then we would also be welcome it if we can engage and possibly write the article together in a different journal and so on. Or it may be both, not either or. And then which of the exploratory themes are of interest to you? Do you have ideas regarding the topics of your contribution, also regarding the possible title of the chapter, a book chapter? And then we are also all here together today, so it's also an opportunity to meet people that possibly can write with you or that can act as a co-author to the program. So I think with that, I'm not 100% sure where we stand with the time, Indy, but oh, so we are a little bit behind. But maybe just if there's one question, if someone has a specific question at this stage, maybe we can take one. Otherwise, we just move to the first presentation, first content presentation. Yes. Oh, okay. So this air quality, ne? Yes. Okay. Wonderful. Yeah. Let me. Goodness. Ask a question.
I thought Christiaan was going to pose a question, but he's already ready for the next session. I want to thank Montagu for his presentation. Montagu, I'm thanking you, and also for the very deep thinking and the reading and consideration and reflection that went into the what you just gave us. And I hope that most of us here are inspired and become authors. Thank you very much.
All right, good morning, everybody. My name is Senyolo, and I'm also one of the employees at Nova Institute as a program manager and the co-developer of the Chics Programme, the early childhood development part of the Nova Institute. Thank you so much. Okay, over to Christiaan Pauw to give us the air quality offset programs.
Thank you. Is this thing on? So I'm going to talk about air quality offsets And this is something that is, we as NOVA, we have worked in this field since, we've worked in air quality since the formation of NOVA. Attie has already been working in domestic energy before NOVA was founded as a not-for-profit company. But since the beginning, NOVA has been involved in air quality. My first involvement in NOVA was in 1997 on an air quality project. So we go way back with air quality. Air quality offsets we started in 2010 with a paper at the National Association for Clean Air about the idea of air quality offsets, and really a lot of things followed from there. So we have developed in air quality offset an approach that follows 4 phases, and I will take you through these phases. And with every phase, we are going to discuss the objective and the rationale of that phase, the methods that we apply, what data that generates or generated, and what are the most notable results, and then maybe to stimulate your thinking about the book, what theoretical and practical issues there remain to be resolved or to be thought about, and then opportunities to do further work. So I'm gonna take us through the sort of the phases that we take this through, and I'm going to take each of these steps in every one of them. So maybe just to for those of you who are not into the air quality field like a lot of people in this room, air quality offsets is about counterbalancing the adverse environmental effects of typically of industrial emissions by addressing a similar or larger air quality impact mediated through air quality. In practice, that means industries emit. In practice, that means in South Africa, industries are subject to minimum emission standards. Sometimes they are granted leniency on those standards, but with the condition of implementing an air quality offset. An air quality offset is then supposed to counterbalance that allowance to pollute by addressing another, typically more serious, more acute pollution source. So it is typically a ground level source, typically a source close to people, typically something that has a much higher health impact than, for example, sulfur dioxide being emitted 200 meters into the air. Just on the picture, the smoke you see there really is steam, so that's not problematic. You should look for the chimney in the middle. That's the one that you should be worried about. So we have now been involved in 3 large air quality offset programs for 3 large industries. The first and most successful one to date was by Sasol. We had a very long history with them, but also for Anglo Platinum in 2 programs, in fact, for them, and then for Northern Platinum. So we've gone through this. We've worked through this thing at least once end to end, and we are in phase 4 on 2 fronts. So this is something that that we've done a few times. So the phases are: there's a preparation phase. And that's laying out the table. We'll come to that. Typically, then a air quality offsets plan is submitted to the regulator, and that has to be approved by the regulator. And then there's a phase for there's a baseline establishment phase that includes doing a baseline assessment. I'll come to what that means, and developing interventions, and that is an iterative process. I'll speak about that, and then obviously there's the job. Then you have to implement the interventions at scale, and do impact monitoring and evaluation make sure that the effects that the results and the impacts that you envisioned were actually placed. So I'm gonna take them one by one. So the first phase is what we call a rapid in situ assessment and area intelligence, and that is really just to orientate the research team on what's going on. So that's why I say it's a rapid assessment, and so this is not deep data. This is not good science and method. This is really an orientation thing. So we have done that now for Zamdela and Sharpeville in the Vaal Triangle. We've done that for Lebong and Imbalenhle on the Highveld. We've done that for Morapong. We've done that for Northam. We've done that around Rustenburg. We've done that in Germiston. We've done that in an informal area around Northam. So we've done that many times, and what that consists of is collecting open source available data, typically statistics, report, in a certain sense collating the information that there is also from municipalities, and then doing a site visit and just getting an impression of it. So this is an important part of the program, because you want to hit reality as soon as possible and move off the paper into a feel of what the place is about, and that is what this is about. But obviously there are theoretical issues, and can you do it differently? How accurate is a result, and of a 1 day or a 2 day site visit? And I want to show you. Here's some of the documents that we plan. So we move in concentric circles around the sources and identify the areas and get their populations and their profiles. That's a bit of the area intelligence. And then when we were at Northam, this is what we found on Northam landfill. The place was, actually this is quite a nice photo. There are parts that look worse than that. The landfill was on fire. So we thought, well, man, I mean, there you have it. What now? The air pollution, acute air pollution problem just there, and this is very close to where people live. So we had a lot of thinking about the rapid in situ assessment. That was just screaming at us. But then we say, okay, but how often does this thing burn? We've talked to a few people and say, yeah, this thing burns all the time, man. You get this. Then we say, okay, let's just step back. Let's just try to get an objective view of this. So we went to satellite images that record where you can see that infrared signature, and we got a WhatsApp group. The WhatsApp group of the Neighborhood Watch, and where the messages are timestamped. And then we went through the satellite images and through the WhatsApp messages, and you find this thing burns once a year. So we were just the lucky winners. So in other words, the problem of that method as a source of data is the shortest duration. You have to balance that out with some kind of objective measurement. So that was the sort of lesson that we learned in that. So there's data, but we must see it for what it is. So the theoretical question is about methodology. Methodology-wise, how do you incorporate this into a broader assessment? So the second thing is the preparation phase. And then the objective is to prepare for program implementation. And the methods that we follow there is the program is followed in phases, so the 4 phases, and the intervention development proceeds in stages. I'll show you that. And then we follow air quality offset decision logic. And that decision logic is based on let's say, on our understanding of inherently what is air quality offsets, but also on the way in which the air quality guideline is written. So we have submitted 4 successful plans that were approved. I sometimes wonder if one can get hold of all the plans that were submitted. I think that would make a quite nice study. Maybe a well-placed PIR request can yield those results. And there are some theoretical governance issues. For example, if the guideline says the plan has to be based on sound science, can the regulator place certain requirements before the data is in? Can they say address this or that source before a scientific study has been done about the magnitude of that source? And then there is the opportunity to contribute to a standard. Now the hard work and the good data is in this phase, this is the baseline establishment. So that is, we want to understand 2 things. We want to understand air quality, drivers of air quality and drivers of quality of life, and their interactions with one another. So for air quality, we have air quality monitoring, and we have, which is a permanent air quality monitoring station, as well as distributed campaigns that place instruments on a broader spatial scale. We look at quality of life through household survey. Well, let's say quality of life in its components as standard of living, life satisfaction, happiness, and experience of, let's say, of the meaning of life. So comprehensive, very much focused on material standard of living, services, safety, energy, housing. So we do that with a survey, either what we call a general household survey or comprehensive household survey. And then we have specific studies around energy, that's a domestic energy survey, household waste survey, where we actually weigh waste at the households, wood weighing survey, where we actually weigh the wood daily as it's burned. And then we have a very interesting study that we do, a community source survey, where we walk through the streets and log every waste heap and see if they are burning, what's the composition. So we have quite an extensive also study of not only of the household space, but also of the public space. So there we have, you see, I didn't list the data sets. We have substantial data sets from all these things over since I think the first really big one we did was 2013, but even before that, for all the places that we work, we are compiling a catalog. Nika is also working on a sort of data publication drive. So there's quite a lot of empirical data in this. I'm going to skip, just in the interest of time, over the results. Maybe I should just name them very quickly. In terms of air quality, there are very distinct temporal and spatial patterns, as you can imagine. In terms of quality of life, what struck me was the way in which people, amid their circumstances, still maintain a basically positive evaluation of their lives, but positive but realistic, and realistic in terms of they identify the problems for what they are. The objective measurements, even the objective air quality measurements, and people's subjective evaluation of the situation are very closely correlated, which shows you people know what's going on. So that was just something interesting for us. Okay, so just in the interest of time, so we can provide you. You're not supposed to be able to read this. We can provide you with a list of the activities and the data sets that we have. So it's quite comprehensive for different communities. So if you are interested in any of these aspects on the data sets, we can engage about that. This is just some of the way of presentation of some of the survey results. So we have indicator sets where are those broad themes: demographics, health and well-being, services, infrastructure, education, and safety, and then the indicators for all the towns and comparison where we have to the regional or the census. So we try to anchor to broader surveys, but we also at some points improve on the type of questions that are asked. For example, thank you, Henry. The census question around energy is inadequate. They ask you for the main energy carrier, and all of us know that the reality is mixed energy use. So the just asking for the main energy carrier dramatically underestimates the use of solid fuels, for example. So that is something that we have quite a good data on. Okay, then we go, I'll be fast, then we'll go to the intervention development phase, where we now have to identify sources. The decision logic help us to identify which sources to address, and we have to sort of understand what magnitude of that, what proportion of that source we can address. Then we go into intervention development phase, where we identify, evaluate, and refine interventions. We have development phases. I'll show you something about that now. And we have a particular impact quality of life instrument, where we generate a very comprehensive quality of life orientated set of questions around the specific theme. And I think the strength of that method is you don't just get the obvious stuff, you get the things that you have to that you maybe didn't intuitively think of, and then we do a before and after comparison, and we have had very informative results from that. So we've done intervention development in terms of the top-down ignition method, that we implemented in 4 provinces, the retrofit and stove swap solution that was very successfully implemented by SASOL, and that is being implemented by Eskom. The waste solution that we are implementing now, LPG swaps that we are going to implement soon, and solar water heaters that we are going to implement soon. The theme of co-creation, and to what extent, especially in the project environment, co-creation can take place, and the agency of households, those are issues that remain open and that I think we can improve on. And then the presence of pseudo solutions. Playing for the pavilion, you know, what does a fake solution look like? Yeah, just some of the things we've tested. So just in the interest of, here are our staged the development stages: scoping, pre-feasibility, feasibility, pilot, launch, and scale. And the 2 lines, the one is the research and development line, that's a green one, and the one is the implementation. So the scale of implementation should match the level of understanding. And that's why we are not keen to start big. We are keen to make mistakes on the small scale where we can still handle that. Thank you, Henry. Oh, now I killed my thing. But that was more or less... there's the monitoring phase. Maybe I can just say we've developed quite extensive monitoring methodologies. We have had very successful monitoring of the SASOL project. That also involves dispersion modeling methodologies. Actually calculating the air quality impact of actually calculating the offset. What does it mean for those industrial emissions to exist where they are, and the intervention effect, and where in fact what was the effect actually counterbalanced? And we've done quite a bit of work around that, and we've had quite a bit of success in the project that SASOL implemented. But I think that is that. Oh, there's just some graphics from one of our implementations. So we really monitor this at a very high resolution We have data for every single household in that thing. Over the whole, every interaction for every single household is on our database there. And there's just a picture from our dashboard. We have an implementation dashboard where we can follow as we go along and where the results tick up as time progresses. So with that, I thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Christiaan. Okay, for now, we're going to invite Dr. Montagu Murray, Pierre, Reyneke, and Hendrik Snyman to give us the results and the overview in terms of the domestic waste. Okay.
Thank you very much, Catherine. Creer, can I just ask, Christiaan's presentation made me remember that I forgot one important slide in the first presentation, the 9 o'clock presentation. Is it possible just to show the last slide of the 9 o'clock presentation? I just quickly want to say in 1 minute something about that slide, and then we'll do the waste presentation. Sorry, I hope it's not going to take too much. Yeah, the last slide. Yes. Yeah, so I just wanted to say to you, so just in terms of the data that we have available, all of you, so we've done about close to 1 million household visits. We have developed 60 instruments, questionnaires that have been used more than once, many of them. So there's more than 60 type of questionnaires that we have. We've worked in more than 80 communities. We've worked on 20 themes, broader themes. We have qualitative and quantitative data on quite a number of these. And our type of data include narrative interviews that we have systemized in many instances, household surveys, and then also sensors, like, for example, temperature we place on stoves, eye-button temperature sensors. And what we have done, what we're busy with, it's a work in progress, is we are making a NOVA data inventory where it is possible and easy to actually get data on certain topics. Like, for example, if you're interested in waste or if you're interested in water, you can immediately see, okay, NOVA has done 17 surveys on waste in those communities, and this is the type of information that it includes. So we're working on that. It's a work in progress, but hopefully soon we will have that available. So I just wanted to show you this slide because I think it's important in terms of the various fields that we are working in, that you know that we have this, and this is the type of empirical results that we would like to share with you. Thank you, Creer. Then we can go to the waste presentation. Yes. Yes, I can say in one sentence, maybe I can, so we have to be cognizant of time, but let me say in one sentence, we recently did a study, quite a large study. In one of the presentations, I will say more about that. We did a study for a large industry in 2013 and also in 2022, and we can compare these large data sets, but we also did an implementation there in 5,500 households. And it came out to be very, very successful. So I think the secret to that success is the fact that it was developed over a very long time, tested thoroughly, and as Christiaan showed, our level of knowledge was paired with the level of implementation. So at the point where we started implementing on a larger scale, we had a fairly we have gone through all the phases in a proper way, a systematic way. Yeah. So I think so. Yeah. So I think there is reason to believe that if one thoroughly goes through these phases over a longer period of time, your chances of having a good solutions increase significantly. Okay. So I've used two of our. Sorry, Pierre. I've used two of our minutes, but let's then continue. I hope you can. I see I hope I haven't done something wrong now by asking another presentation in the wrong place. Yes, Rini.
and co-author with you, or
Yes,
what's
definitely.
the idea? Because
Definitely.
That's exactly what I'm trying to understand.
100%, definitely. So the problem we have as practitioners is we don't always have the time to to publish all these, I like to say, in some instances, wonderful results. So yes, that is precisely the idea. So that is why we have invited you, so that if you see something that's interesting to you in terms of a topic or data that you think is interesting, we would be very open to find ways to share some of this data with you and to then co-author and work together on either the chapter in this book that we foresee or academic publications in other, scientific journals. Yeah, so definitely, we definitely want to share what we have found. In some instances, I must say, but that's usually not a problem, we do have, with industries, we do sometimes have confidentiality agreements, and so, but usually what we will typically do is we will approach that. What I can say is working in communities is not the core business of industry. It doesn't contain trade secrets. So it's usually not a complex discussion to ask for permission to make the data available. But in some instances, we just have to honor those agreements also.
And then the second question is, there's never a free lunch. So your expectation from Nova side, because it's your data?
Yes.
Do you expect co-authorship payment? Is there anything in return? Or what is your idea?
Yes. Well, not really payment per se. In some instances, we work together with academic partners as we have agreements regarding being research.
Sorry, I just want to be clear, not us to be paid, but
Yes.
for the data sets. Are they for free?
No. The data sets is for free. That is what we were not. It's not our intention to sell data to you. No, it's our intention to make it freely available and to think with you on it. Yeah, that is our intention.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, so I'll have to be a little bit quicker, perhaps, than originally intended. But let's go for it. So our research pertaining domestic waste is mostly embedded in our air quality work. So the relationship between waste and air quality in this sense is that if someone does not have access to waste, one of the ways of managing waste is by either dumping it or in sometimes burning it, either publicly or on the stand at the household level. So our research results can broadly be categorized in two categories. The one is general type of information. So we've got these larger household survey type of information where we have information on service, waste service delivery access, as well as access, service delivery failure, and sometimes we also include domain satisfaction type of questions. And then we also have very specific waste information, where we analyze the waste composition at a household, for example, for a period of a month at a number of households, and we also analyze the waste composition at waste heaps. And so we've got also have a kind of those types of things. So firstly, I'm going to say something about the general information, and then I will say something, Pierre will say more about the specific information. So as you can see, you don't have to see all the detail here, but this is a typical household survey type of indicator set, which it will typically contain demographic indicators. Now, in terms of demographic indicators, it is important sometimes to know what is, for example, the waste generated per capita. And you want to know what is the average number of household members living in houses generating waste. There's also the community profile is sometimes also of significant. I mean, if there's only 2-member households living in a particular area and they're basically migrants working in the industry, it would look different than larger families with children. And for example, families with children will have diapers in some instances, etc. So demographic information. Then there's health and well-being information. So, yeah, the energy carriers can also produce waste like coal ash, for example, but there's also, it is also sometimes interesting to triangulate some of these information to actually see if there's a relationship between, for example, general perception around quality of life and having access to water. All this is the type of things that one can, in these larger data sets, also kind of trace and look at. Then waste collection, this is our services indicator. So we would typically have ask if people have a waste collection service, and also the waste delivery failure reports, which is quite, I'll show you when we triangulate some of these information later how interesting it becomes. Once again, this is, you don't have to see it, this is just to show that in the type of work that we are doing regarding air quality and waste, we need many more much more detail than you would typically find in the census. You need the devil is in the detail. So sometimes you want to know not only about primary energy carriers, you want to know what is the fuels that people stack. You want to know where do people burn? Do they burn on their stands or do they burn in public? Exactly. So there's a lot of more detail necessary than usually. Then we also, obviously, because we do all our questionnaires on mobile phones and GIS technology, so we have all the data per individual household. So you can actually see in this particular, it may be small to you, but on the left-hand side, there's a map of access to waste collection service. And you can look at those purple areas. That's the areas where people do not have access to waste collection. And then on the right-hand side is the percentage of households that burn waste. So the yellow is if more than 50% of households reported that they sometimes burn their waste. And you will see the yellow part on the one corresponds with the purple on the left. And that is what one expects. One expects if someone does not have access to services, they have to manage their waste. So it is what one expects, but it's good to see it on the map and to get confirmation that it's actually the case in that particular community. This is just, I'm going to say more about this in another presentation. This is more, that's more detailed quality of life instruments. I'm also going to say more about this instrument in a next presentation. But the reason why I included it here is because we also use these instruments when we study particular interventions. So in one community, in some communities where at the moment we did feasibility studies on separation at source. Pierre will say more about that. But then one wants to see what is the impact of that particular intervention on quality of life. And then just to give some of the narrative results, or let me just go back. Typically in those type of questionnaires that we generate, we have different types of questions. So the one type of answer is narrative. The other is like satisfaction ratings. We would typically ask sometimes very directly, how satisfied are you with this intervention on a scale of 0, whatever. And then also as Likert style statements, and I'll show you some of those results in each case. So just quickly looking at the narrative, participants specifically like the fact that they do not have to walk far to dump waste, or they do not have to burn it. Respondents reported that when waste is dumped in public, unoccupied spaces, it's mostly burnt after sunset. That's also a very interesting thing. People choose to burn after dark mostly, not to, I mean, if you've got washing, if you're living in quite a dense area and your washing is drying, your neighbor is going to get upset with you if you burn waste right under the washing. Just one example, but we found that burning of waste in participants' own yard also usually happens after sunset, and respondents report that after the separation at short intervention, they have more free time to spend with families or relax, since dumping and burning of waste is not required anymore. That was some observations that people make. This is quite interesting, this one. Sorry, it's very small, but this is a box plot where we asked people pre-intervention and post-intervention, the same respondent, how satisfied are you on a scale of 0 to 10, in the instance right at the bottom, how satisfied are you with the way your household currently manage your domestic waste? That's the one right at the bottom. Pre-intervention, the median score was 3 out of 10. and post-intervention in a sample of 15 households, it went up to 10 out of 10. So the question is very direct. How satisfied are you with the way your house currently manage your domestic waste? And the median first 3 out of 10 and post-intervention 10 out of 10. There's also cases, I don't have examples in another presentation, where you don't actually get a difference pre and post-intervention. So don't think it will always happen like that. We've got many results where pre and post-intervention, there's not really a difference. So in this particular instance, one can, I would say, yeah, it's not such a large sample, but for the sample, confidently it made a difference. And then Likert style type of results, this is just one example. So we would typically ask the one right on top, at our home, we often get bad smells from waste lying around in the community. And then people could strongly disagree, agree, strongly agree. And then pre-intervention, 100% of people agreed that they were often getting bad smells. Post-intervention, 97% disagreed. Only 21% of respondents still agreed with that particular statement. So once again, that's one way of comparing a pre and a post-intervention type of outcome. Then, yeah, I think, Pierre, at this point, you can, Henry, just the time, is it 10 minutes exactly? Great, Pierre, so I only used half of the time. That's fine, except if you want to look at, I think this.
Yeah, I'm just thinking oops,
van my bro.
Yeah, you can just keep it on the switch
Okay.
and I just grab this one.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, I'll just continue and focus on the 10 minutes we have. Yeah, so I'm focusing on the results that we have from our waste intervention programs. And so I think there's three studies that I'm looking at. The first is the household waste survey. Let me just say that, so as Christiaan also explained the phases of what we typically do in our projects this forms part of the baseline setup. So understanding before intervention what is the current practice and the results we find there. So with the household waste survey, like I said, is to establish the baseline scenario for the household-specific waste management at the time. We have typically done it with 20 households in each community. It's a randomized sample, and in the study we ask households to separate their waste between recyclable, non-recyclable and organic waste. It's taken to a sorting facility, and there it's categorized. The recycling is done to potential recycling categories. If it's not yet recycled in the community, we look at ways that it could then potentially be done in future. Yeah, so yeah, that's it. I must go to the next slide. Okay. Yeah, so that's some of the result presentation we do with the household survey. You get a good composition there of the different categories, showing each constituent part, how much you get in the household. And then also a nice indication of how much of it is recyclable and how much not. Similarly, on the other side with the columns, that's also some of the results we found and the way we present it. Then we also do a public waste survey to understand, okay, typically people are managing waste within the household, but how much of that ends up in the community? How much of the burning takes place in the household and how much then takes place on the dump site, on these public dump heaps. So with that we do an allocation or identification of all the heaps that's in the community, mostly done through the data office through satellite photography, but in certain scenarios the community was so small that we could literally drive through it and identify all the public heaps and do a measurement of all of them. Where it is too big, like certain communities, we do a randomized sample of all the heaps and then do a measurement of that. We take 4 samples from a heap that's taken to the sorting facility. The 4 samples are also randomized on different points on the waste heap. It's typically not a nice, heap. to do it from. It's more like a carpet scenario in most scenarios, so you get a good chance to figure out where's a good sample to take from a heap. Get a good mix of everything. So same with that. It's also categorized then according to recyclable, non-recyclable, and organic. So some of the results there, it's presented in a similar way. I think what stood out for us is that most of the, apart from the public heaps, the household survey that we just mentioned, it correlated quite well with some of the national averages we found from like the latest state of waste report that was conducted nationally. And also we correlated that with some provincial results. And it's interesting to compare. Sometimes it is quite similar, and then there's some discrepancies to how rural, for instance, a community is, how far they're removed from your shops and more developed areas. So that was interesting to find the differences. So with the public heaps, the same thing here. We presented data in a similar fashion, and we tried to correlate that to the waste, the results from the household study. Then the third study is also what Christiaan spoke about, where we have field workers randomly dissecting the community, going on walks, and then logging whenever they find active waste burning, historical waste burning, and then also potential waste burning. So that's conducted in a winter campaign and a summer campaign, and compared to each other. So from these studies, then this is also quite a popular way these days to present data, especially with waste, because you have a lot of movement and flows of waste and where it goes. What's the fancy word for these? I think this.
Yes, I think this is quite recent, so we still work. But in air quality offsets, you don't only want to know what is the amount of waste that's generated. You also want to know how much of that waste burned. So what is very interesting here is you'll see that orange part is actually waste in formal housing structure, formal housing areas, and the green is the informal area. So what's very interesting in this one that you can see is that waste is not only an informal problem here. So in this particular community, if you triangulate all the results with the household surveys and so on, this specific community has a very high waste delivery failure rate. So actually they do have a waste service, but it's not functioning. And that's why waste is also a formal problem, a problem in formal areas here. So if you want to design a waste intervention here, you cannot think that you're going to solve the problem by just focusing on informal. So Pierre, if you can just show us the next slide, it differs from this community. So if you look at this community, the Sankey here, you can actually see that it's from the informal area that waste is actually mostly dumped, and a very small proportion ultimately burns actually. What we've realized is that smaller volumes of waste burn than one may think, but I also have to put a caveat to that already, because it's the things that's the most difficult to quantify is once-off events, like for example a veld fire coming through once a year, burning a lot of waste that's lying just like a mat, those kinds of things. But we're also trying to quantify those phenomena from satellite images and so on. But to summarize, what makes this very interesting is this is a form of triangulation. We get the formal, informal information from our survey data and the quantities of, and then we also get information from our observations and our time series observation. So one of the most difficult things in waste is to actually get an accurate idea of how often these public waste heaps burn. The household waste is much easier to monitor in a certain sense than the household burning, because you can actually see if a household typically throw waste in a hole in the yard and lights it, maybe once in 2 weeks or once a week or twice a week or whatever. There's different frequencies, but they manage their domestic waste by burning it right there on the stand, and it's easier to get a grip on that.
Thank you. That's the word I was looking for. Okay, so the model we then designed for intervention is based on 3 sections, I'd say. So focusing first of all on the household. Similar to the study, we ask households to practice separation at source. It's along the same lines: non-recyclable, recyclable, and organic. We provide each household with 3 bins to do that. Households differ in size. We have quite a few stands that people are also renting out, different stands on different flats on the stand. So for that, we give larger bins, and people manage that together. So that's quite a social component to that as well, to organize. So from the household, that is what's expected of them. So the other part is the waste picker integration into the system now. I mean, there's prolifically been written about waste picker involvement and their contribution to waste management in South Africa. So we followed the waste picker integration guidelines to that, and in terms of that, we gave waste pickers. The goal was to enhance the work that they are already doing. So we have basically monetized the non-recyclable waste. So waste pickers then go and collect from all the households in the community and then transport the waste to our sorting facility. At the sorting facility, we have sorters that sort the waste into recyclable, non-recyclable, and organic. Non-recyclables taken to the landfill. Recyclables are sold to a local recycling company, and we practice a method of bokashi composting for the organic waste in a large pit. So that's where all those streams go. And that's just an indication of our waste intervention model. As I said, it's just an illustration of where it all goes. And what has really been helpful, I'm just going to finish with this results, the dashboard that we've designed. It's really been helpful just to follow the management of the project or the outrolling of it. The waste pickers on a daily basis tag whether they have collected or weren't able to collect at a certain household using a smartphone, simply taking a photo of a QR code. And this has been great to monitor the process and the way we have managed to collect waste from households on a daily basis. And just the last one, so that, and also shows the amount of waste we have collected on a daily basis. We can track that and really measure our intervention. So I think that's it. I saw my time is over as well, so that's the last photo.
Okay, thank you so much, Pierre. I think we saw that we have huge heaps of waste that has also consumed our time. We're now going to Brickstar. Unfortunately, we only have 7 minutes left for this. I wonder if we can maybe break for tea at 10 past. We have to break for tea at 11 o'clock, and we only left with 7 minutes.
I'll be cognizant of time. Can I steal 5 minutes of our tea time, please, if it's possible? Okay, let's go. Okay. Oops. Okay, then our next presentation is about. This is quite an interesting project. I believe it's about it's about a combination of a number of things into an interesting connection of tourists with low-income households. So these days, protected areas are increasingly viewed as complex socio-ecological systems, and climate change will impact on the livelihoods of households bordering protected areas. So the particular protected area that you are seeing there is the greater Limpopo Transfrontier Conservation Area. So that's the area around the greater Transfrontier Limpopo National Park. Starts with the Kruger Park and then goes into Mozambique and Zimbabwe. And so for SANParks also has a strategy to look at rural development as well as tourism, as well as conservation, because they also realize that that protection is a you have to take a socio-ecological systems approach towards protection. But like many other entities, and particularly entities that's also connected to government funding, they've got limited resources. So they've got a very beautiful strategy to do these things, but they don't really have the resources to implement this strategy. So we actually saw that as an opportunity, because we also see tourism and protection areas as a potential strategic partner for NOVA in the northern part of our country. So we started a project with the Kruger National Park Scientific Services to research, develop, and test responsible tourism package with benefits to rural communities. So the idea was that, for example, if a tourist is traveling from Germany or from America or Europe to the Kruger Park, that they offset the environmental footprint, and that then the benefits that's quantified goes to local communities in the vicinity of the protection area and not go somewhere else. So at the point when we started this research program with the Kruger Park, we actually have been co-creating improved cook stoves with a number of women in Limpopo, in a community where we were working for many years. And so we actually had a stove ready that was co-created with these women. So we tested all kinds of prefabricated stoves, but in the end, the women said no, that they can do plastering, and we experimented with a self-built stove, and it worked out very well, and we improved it and went through a few iterations, and we did a pilot in 6,000 households, and we also registered it for the gold standard in Switzerland for carbon project, and everything was in place. Then a second thing we did is, when I attended the conference of the scientific services, where all the Savannah Science Network scientists go every year, we did a survey they allowed me to do a survey with these scientists, and we asked them if they are willing to pay slightly more for a stay at the park, if they can be assured that they are compensating for their ecological footprint. And 80% of the sample of respondents that completed the survey said yes, they are willing to pay slightly more, and 83% say they will be motivated if they can offset it or if local communities benefit from that offset. And then we also created a mobile phone application that can do a transaction of offsetting. So you can go onto your mobile phone and offset your footprint right there. So actually, technically, we've got everything in place. We've got a local project with stoves that's registered in Switzerland, and we verify it properly. We've got a mobile app, and we've got willingness to compensate. But however, it's not that easy. We also run into a number of problems. So I just want to quickly say what the challenges or problems were. So the one is, and in the interest of time, unfortunately, Catherine, please don't stop me when I'm right on that one, but I'm going to try as fast as I can. I'll leave some of the slides, but ultimately, in short, there's programs that are rolling out on large scale where the technology is not, they just dish out prefabricated stoves to people, but people are not really actually using these stoves as they should, and they're not picking it up currently with the methodologies they are using, because there's some gaps or loopholes in some of these methodologies. And there's also others that pick up these problems. In the interest of time, I will not say something more about that. We've tested actually in 100 households in 5 communities, in samples of 20 households each. We tested these stoves, these prefabricated stoves, and we did 3 things. We put eye-button temperature sensors on the stoves, so you can physically see when people are using it. We did wood weighing the wood of the family for a month, and we also had qualitative interviews with the household, asking them what they are doing. And then the interesting thing, once more in the interest, if you look there right at the bottom, households that were rarely using the stove or not at all was in all cases, in one community, 19 households didn't use the stove. In others, it was 10, 12, 13. People are not using these stoves regularly. And this is just an example of an eye-button temperature sensor result. So each block that you see there is actually one household for a period of a month. And these zigzag patterns that you see is how the ambient temperature are fluctuating. And when the stoves are used, you see a temperature spike. So we can exactly see when during that month the temperature spikes occurred. And the circles are around the households that regularly actually, or fairly regularly use their stoves. But we get a good indication of how often it is. The second big challenge is that the biggest impact tourists have on the park is actually traveling to the park. So you sit with a dilemma. Should we actually encourage people not to go to the Kruger Park? Stay in Germany, don't go to the park. Because and just to show you an example, it takes about 2.7 tons of carbon equivalent to travel from Germany to here. And that's the equivalent of 100,000 hours of a 25 watt bulb. Or you can drink 62,500 cups of coffee. So if we encourage people to be responsible in the park and not to boil the kettle and drink less coffee, you know, it will take a while to get there. And the same goes for braais. You can braai 214 times. So what should we do? Should we say, no, our view is that the visiting the park is also a window of opportunity to be converted to a lifelong interest in conservation and a growing sense of environmental responsibility. So rather than saying to people, don't go to the park, we think we should have a way of actually inspiring people to see that visit as an opportunity to actually change their lifestyle in a certain way. And then the last challenge, it's also very challenging to communicate with all different types of tourists, as you can imagine. Then just new opportunities, and I'm 3 minutes and then I'll be through everything. The World Wide Web massified and democratized sharing of written and visual information. The Internet of Things is massifying and democratizing collection and sharing of data from devices. These eye buttons and things that we are talking about, all these sensors are communicating with each other. But now there's also a new thing, what we call, or what can be called the Internet of Value. And that will massify and democratize exchange of value. So just very practically, if you have an electronic wallet, you can actually pay your friend, your neighbor next door money into their electronic wallet. And the Internet of Value and blockchain technology makes it possible for money to go out of my electronic wallet and into your electronic wallet. And the implication is we actually don't need banks in the same manner as that we've used it before. And this is a revolution that we are not, that is happening with us, and we'll see the consequences of this in the years to come. Look how the World Wide Web have changed the world. I mean, when it just came out, and I said to you, you will never stand in a queue at ABSA anymore, you will do internet banking services, you might have been skeptical, but now it's just general knowledge, everybody is just doing it. And this is what blockchain technology is going to do, the way we exchange value. And what we are trying to do, like Christiaan said before, we want to package value in a transferable way, where one can, in the first place, reward a beneficial action to someone else, and actually then also exchange that beneficial action in some other way. And the reason we want to do that is to connect low-income households to this economy. And that is what we are working on. So then the combination of the World Wide Web, the Internet of Things, and the Internet of Value makes it possible for a tourist to instantly offset their carbon footprint with credits generated, you know, just around the park. Next steps. This is my last slide. Christiaan actually haven't said much about it. If there's time at some other point, it would actually be great if, Christiaan, if you can say more about that. But let me ask you to say in 1 minute, just in 1 minute, just to quickly say the pilot that you are doing, but just in 1 minute, because it will be more interesting than when I would say that. Okay, here we go.
Thank you, Monty. The clock starts now. So we have a program in Nova called Crypto Assets for Planetary Wellbeing. We are following the pattern that we had in carbon credits, where outcome activity is implemented that leads to an outcome that is monitored, that is verified by a third party, and for which a token of some kind is generated. So we are working on a process where all of that is done end-to-end digitally, enabled by hashgraph technology. Hashgraph is similar to a blockchain. So we have a pilot project. We are cooperating with Hedera Hashgraph and with Tolam Earth. They are a market for cryptographic environmental assets, where we are developing an end-to-end methodology for cookstoves. We just came back from a field test of our instruments. There are some technical things that we are sorting out, but we are making very good progress on hopefully towards the end of the year we'll go on the mainnet, as they say. So we'll go live with a very small first iteration of that. And the idea is that we can implement an activity, verify the outcome, and create a token of value uniquely associated with that can be used in activities, in offsetting, in outcomes-based government, in let's say verified contributions that we hope can associate people that want to contribute to these things, that want to make sure it's for real and not throwing money into a black hole, and that also disciplines us to really achieve the things that we set out to do. So that's quite an exciting field. I'm spending quite a bit of my own time doing that, and those of you who are interested in that will gladly take that forward with you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, everybody. We're now breaking for, okay, a round of applause for everybody. Okay, we're now going to break for tea. Okay, it's 11:07, so if we can try to make it by 20 past back in the place, then we can be able to keep the time. Thank you so much.
Okay, we're going to start in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Okay, let's start regrouping here. As the last people move in, I'll be your chairperson for this section. So as you see, we keep it in the family here. So what's going to happen now is this is session 3. We have a session on water and sanitation. That's going to be by Betsie le Roux. Then we're going to have a section on early childhood development. Catherine and Attie will do that. Catherine is here. Monty will speak about the Picola instrument that he already referred to. And then we are going to have something I'm looking very much forward to, and that is our emeriti are going to share their deep knowledge with us. Valerie is going to talk about quality of life studies, and Koos is going to talk about evidence-based policy. So, without further ado, Betsie, I hand over the floor to you.
Hoe hy moet agteraan. Gaan hy nie afval as hy so hang. Alright. Okay, good morning. It's almost not morning. Yeah, so I'm just going to give a presentation on the water and agriculture research that we do, but these two subjects meet on the subject of sanitation, and so there's a lot. It's all sanitation projects. Moet ek net hierdie enetjie druk om aan te gaan? Wow, okay. So my presentation is just going to go about what we do, how we do it, and then I'll just give some background on the two projects that we are busy with, and finally just some of the NOVA databases some of the data that is available on there. So what we do, we work with households and smallholder farmers to address problems such as the lack of water, the lack of sanitation, farming inputs like fertilizers and those kind of things they struggle with. And also on one of our projects, we work on a more community level. We also look at community support structures that they don't have. So our two projects that we have are both funded by the Water Research Commission. The one is on a household base. There we are going to develop, we've started with the process, and we're going to develop sanitation, decentralized sanitation with the households in Limpopo. And then the other project is a new one that started in April, where we develop, it's on agri-parks, so it's a collective farming initiative, and they generally, their main problems are a lack of water and a lack of markets. So in terms of our approach, it is very similar to the complex systems theory, and also the agricultural innovation platform is also a methodology that is very similar to ours. Basically, our guiding principles are, first of all, instead of looking at the components of the system, we focus on the connections and the relationships between the different people in the system. Or components, ecology can also be a component. So then we also look at critical role players, especially when we look at a bigger community scale. Sometimes those role players are lacking, and then you need to develop them. And basically, it's a whole question of power and control in a system. So our focus is to decentralize the power, to develop the right role players in a system, to develop the relationships between the different role players, and then really to decentralize the power. So there's no single person controlling the system or entity controlling the system. And this is good because it helps the people to sorry, this thing is falling off. And well, okay, yeah. Okay, dat helpt wel. Thank you. Okay, so if you have a decentralized system like this, you have the opportunities for people in the system to learn if there's something wrong and to adapt to problems, and then that is also going to give you a more resilient community. So one tool that we use that is really very useful for us is focus group meetings. When we do a focus group meeting, we invite all the role players, and in some cases we split them into groups. For example, the government and the farmers would be in different groups so they don't fight, but also to give them all the space to be open and not to be intimidated by other groups. Very often these meetings go on for 2 hours, and from our side we don't say much. We sit there, we write down on a clipboard in front, and we just write down the notes of what they are saying. This for us is the best way to extract tacit knowledge which the people don't really know, because the one guy is saying he's struggling with water and everybody else is thinking, oh yes, I also have a problem with water. So it stimulates thinking in the group. Secondly, we really feel that this is a way to get to the problem from their perspective. It's not us formulating the problem. So to give you an example, I don't know if you can see it because it's very far away, but this is what our notes from one of our meetings. And the whole page was just agricultural issues. Water, lack of water, pests, markets, storage. We talked about an hour and a half. They were talking about their problems in agriculture. But we were also talking about sanitation, and right in the end, they said, yeah, they're not really so happy with their toilets. So just to give you another idea, this was our idea of the problem. Before we went there, we made this diagram, and for us, sanitation was the biggest issue, and all the agriculture issues were written on the sides. So it just gives you an idea of the difference it makes to understand the problem from their perspective. So the first project that we're busy finishing the scoping now. This is a sanitation project in Limpopo. So for us, we don't see sanitation as a problem in isolation, but we see it as being part of a very complex water, energy, food, and health framework. So the other difference between us and many of the other researchers in the field is that we realized that many people would start from the front end, so the toilet seat and the pedestal, and then they end up with the waste and they don't know what to do with it. So we are saying we'll start with the waste management and work our way to the front. So if you know what you're going to do with the waste, you decide in what form it should be, and then you can select the front end that is going to give you that product. So the key results from our study, it's a scoping study that's just finishing, is that we have confirmed now that yes, there is a need, and there's also a potential to reuse human waste in agriculture, for example. We have now compiled a transdisciplinary team also with a few households and specialists who are ready to go ahead and start with the co-design phase. We also saw that traditional and religious thought patterns are definitely going to have an impact on what kind of toilets people are going to use. We have visited the researchers in KZN, and we definitely also see opportunities to collaborate with them. And then, very importantly for us, we also saw in the communities we went to certain solutions that have already emerged, which we take those very seriously. It's like when you disturb a piece of soil, there are always a few seedlings coming up, and those seedlings are well adapted for that environment. So we see these kind of solutions to be well adapted to the context. One of those things were small companies who would go around for a small fee, which the households are able to pay, and then they clean the pit toilets. And so the people don't have to dig another pit for when it gets full. And that's good. I mean, we can improve it. It can be done more dignified and safely, but it is a very good place to start. So the next phase is when we get funding for the next phase, we are ready to co-design a decentralized sanitation system with the households, with the aim to safely circulate that waste into their agricultural products. We will develop that in the context. We're not going to develop it here. It's going to be done in Limpopo. And then we'll go there with a few possibilities. We'll test the possibilities, give them some time to try it out, and hopefully through our interactions with them, they will come up with a good solution for themselves. So some of the existing solutions, as I said, we call them the toilet pickers, those companies who clean the pit latrines. Some people have tried septic tanks, so we can try that. Also, some people tried filters with gravel and sand to separate the solids and the liquids, and then they use it for agriculture. So it's some possibilities which have already emerged. And then there are a lot of front-end solutions, urine diversion, composting toilets, all-in-one toilets that we can also try. So the other project is the Rooiwal Agri Park, just north of Pretoria. The Agri Park is a government initiative, and their idea was to support all land-owning farmers within 30-kilometer radius. They didn't achieve that. Currently, these agri-parks are 2 or 3 hectares in size with 5 or 6 farmers on it. We had focus group meetings with them, and we see the main role players as the government, because it's their initiative, the agri-park farmers, those that are operating in this production unit, and then for us also the surrounding landowner farmers who are supposed to benefit from these agri-parks. We had focus group meetings with them, and the main issues from the government, if I can shorten it to really the core issue, is that they try to support the farmers by giving them some supplies and helping them to get on their feet. And the result is that they just become, the moment you give them supplies, they become dependent. So it's the exact opposite of what they wanted. But very ironically, and this is not what they said, but from our perspective is that the government is still trying to control the whole system. They're putting down a lot of rules, and they want to be part of all the decisions that are being made. So, so you have that irony in the government. From the agri-park farmers' side, they were complaining about a lack of water, a lack of supplies, and a lack of markets. And also, next to them is a wastewater treatment facility that is not operating well, and it is now polluting the water and the environment and the Arpies River. So that is their struggle. And then the surrounding landowners were complaining in general about lack of water, electricity, and also a lack of knowledge. But we also found a few strengths in the system. For example, in the government, we found local officers who were really trying to find solutions for the problems. And then the agri-park farmers are very knowledgeable. Some have even applied regenerative agricultural techniques on their farm. And very interesting, on the agri-park there was one guy who's got global gap certification, meaning that he can export his products. And he's got very good connections with the markets, and he's buying all his neighbors' produce and selling it for them. So there is already an example of cooperation at the market level, which is exactly what the agri-park wants to achieve. And then we found that the land-owning farmers were much more independent. They take initiative, they formed a farmer support network, and they also share the vision that we have to develop a system where they can cooperate and support each other. Some of our difficulties in this project is that we are still uncertain of the role of the government. It is quite a dangerous role player, so it is important to find out what the right role would be for them. And then we find that we haven't yet been able to get the government and the farmers in one room and agree on a shared vision going forward. And that is still difficult for us. So going forward in this project, we're going to work with the farmers who share our vision, and from there work out what the government can do for them. So first develop the guys to see what they can do for themselves, and then working up. We also want to see if we can bring other relevant role players into the system and in contact with each other. For example, one person who can sell seeds and seedlings, another person who can do agro-processing, another person who can connect with the markets. And then in April next year, we will begin with the trial to see if we can reuse the effluent from the wastewater treatment plant and put it through a hydroponic system and see if they can use that water and produce food or other products, and also extract some of the nutrients from that water and contribute to some cleaner, better quality water going out. Okay, and then in terms of the quantitative data that is available at NOVA, there is quite a lot that was done. Monty states about the household surveys, and there's a lot of data, but some of the data includes the access to water and sanitation, and people's satisfaction with that water and that sanitation solutions that they have. And also, so there's a lot in the database. There's also some quantitative data in terms of narratives that were recorded and people's satisfaction with their water in terms of the more qualitative data there. And also they have a project in Hammanskraal where they've built the Chics project. I think it was with Chics, where the community themselves had the solution, came up with the solution of drilling a borehole, and so they are still involved in that. So there's a lot of data available in the NOVA database if that might be interesting to somebody in terms of these publications.
Thank you, Betsy. I think there's a candidate for the one-liner of the day, is the government is quite a dangerous role player. So please collect more candidates, then we can vote for the quote of the day at the end. So next we have, we're going to talk about early childhood development. That is Catherine and Attie. Are you presenting, Catherine? But I think you are first. We'll have to evaluate that on a case-by-case basis, but the most recent, practically all of it. But as we get older, it differs. So let's address that on a case-by-case basis. Thank you, Catherine.
I think the answer was recorded. So the question was just an interesting question from an academic perspective is how much of the data is collected under ethical clearance committee supervision, so to speak. And of course, the answer was that, especially of the later data sets, large majority is under ethical clearance, which means it's open for academic use.
I can just quickly say all the air quality programs are, and much of the later data is from the air quality programs, and in all those programs we did have ethical clearance. But like Christiaan says, some of the older.
Thank you, and then straight over to Catherine.
Am I? Okay. Oh, wait. Okay. Can we have a presentation? Oh, is it me? Okay. My name is Catherine, as it is already said. I'm going to take you through these points as they appear here. What is the Chics Programme? Gerken Act reports, Lotto projects, what is Green Chics 2022. But before I go there, I just want to share with you that the story of Chics. We once conducted a research with the ECDs, the ECD centers, and also the ECD programs like Smart Start, Embrace, and others. And then we found that we wanted to understand how they involve the parents. Because you can see we have the slogan there. It says, quality of life begins at home. So we also believe that ECD begins at home, not when the child enters the ECD gate. But then what we found out is that all the centers and the programs that we have engaged, they all said that they find it difficult. So we have designed the Chics Programme to enable the ECDs, the principals, the teachers, the ECD as a whole, to enable them to meaningfully engage the parents. And we can say that the results have been good. In one of the program that we did, the Green Chics, one of the principals said that, I now feel like I'm not the only principal, because I feel like the parents are also the principals, because we not only, most of the time, they may come to complain, my child, this one did this to my child and all that, And the parents also felt like they are benefactors to the school. Because the only time they are engaged is when they're going to increase the school fees or when they're going for a school trip. Most of the things that need money, they want them to pop money. And the parents, as a result, they draw back. The scenario becomes, what I call drop and go scenario. They drop the kids and leave. But then they come to complain that my child cannot hold a pen, So somehow we have I think I can safely say that we've managed to, to break that, that status quo, that the ECD is only the matter of the principal and the teachers. As I said, ECD begins at home. And we now have, we have also now introduced what we call ECD at home, whereby we have got a story that we do with the children, but then we also, the same story, we also do it at home with the parents now as the teachers. And then what was interesting, and then we have a WhatsApp group, technology now makes things easier, So we now have a WhatsApp group where the parents can share those little moments they have with the kids, And we're not only interested in them sending us a picture of the child with a moon story, but we're interested in the engagement, because we believe that the parent is the most important agent in the development of the child, and also the household as the most important institution in the development of a child. And then so far, I think we've managed to, the introduction has went so well, and it is now we have monthly. I'm already in the presentation. But then what I like so far is that, we have got parents who now feel, we started for example, in one ECD, Bright Beginnings in Mamelodi. We started Chics in 2016. And to date, we still have parents who no longer have, you can imagine the child who was in the ECD in 2016, how old that child is now. But then we still have parents who still have a good relationship with the school because of the Chics program. The parents, the principals, most of them complain that when they call, they have 3 times parent meetings during the year. And then in the Chics program, we have once a month. So that is 10 times because January and December, we don't count them. But then they say that, when we call the school meetings, parents don't come, but when we invite them for the Chics program meeting, they do come. And then we were also interested to understand why the parents are doing that. We also had the focus group, and the parents said that we feel safe because we're not going to debate. There's no, we're not going to debate about why are you increasing the school fees and all that. And then when I get there, I'm not going to be questioned, why are you behind with your school fees? The parents feel that, it's also about them. They also feel that they are also important role players in the development of their children. Okay, we can all now go there. So in terms of what is the Chics program, I love that logo. You can see we have got a male figure and a female figure. But then we're not into gender discussions. Ne? But that is just to show that you can see that. And then we have got a little beautiful bride that looks intelligent. You can see, ne? It's very clear, yes. So we believe that. So what the Chics program does is to enable the ECDs, to enable the parents to play a meaningful role in the development of their children. That is to say that we don't simply drop the kids and leave, but then it takes the actions that the parents, it takes a village to raise a child. The principals, the teachers, but also a broader network. Somehow we also in the process create unlikely connections because ECD is a very huge challenge that we cannot solve within a short space. Yeah. So in short, Chics is the ECD program of the Nova Institute, and it stands for Community, Household, Interface, Care and Support. And then the most important part there is that we have managed to introduce, the quality of life in the ECD, but also, somehow exchanging roles, introducing ECD at home and also introducing the quality of life in the ECD. For the ECDs to also understand that what happens at home, have a cumulative impact in the development of a child. All right, and then we have got these 2 posters are our content, our curriculum for both the parents and the children are based on those 2. Because we believe that quality of life has to do with what I have, but also who I am. And that is, our content is based on that. But then just to also mention that we don't provide the whole week program for the schools. just to add value for what they already do, to link those two institutions, the ECD and also the households. So our vision in the Chics program is that we would like to see children growing up in healthy households. And then we do that by contributing towards by building relationships that can improve the quality of life of children. But that begins at home. You can see that quality of life of children, quality of life of households with children. Yes. So the question of what is the Chics program? I think I've also mentioned that, so we can pass that. Yes. And I think since 2016, the Chics program have been funded by Kerk in Acte. It's one of the entities overseas. And I think that was the most breakthrough because we found it very challenging, to get funding for the implementation of the Chics program in the centers where we work with. Because the problem is that we cannot expect, for example, when we design any program, we cannot expect the ECD, to fund it. Because somehow they are also expanding, they are also expecting the external entities to fund them, to support them. They mostly play well when you give them some things. But then when you increase their workload in such a way that it really disturbs them, they are not really playing very well in the program that you do. But so far it has been very interesting for us because they found the program that we have designed, that we have co-created with them. They found it mostly helpful for them. So in terms of the Chics, the key report that, yes, the work that we have done with the Chics, the Kerk in Acte, we have, I think another thing that I just have to start with, mostly what we do when we implement the Chics program, we always wanted to start with the general household survey so that we can understand the situation in which the children are growing up with, so that can also inform, one of the principals said that, I like this because most of us, we don't even know where the children come from. We only receive them here, we do what we do with them, and then they go. Then later we get surprised why this child is not able to pay attention, or why when we are busy with this and this, the children is busy biting others or fighting with others. And then they find that is most interesting for what they do at home. What the situation happens at home. So we have got through the project that we did with through the funding of the Kerk in Acte, we managed to, initially we designed the Chics program as a franchise program, whereby we wanted the local churches to take the local ownership of that. But we found that mostly problematic, and we now somehow phase that out. We are working with what we call the principal model, whereby we directly work with the principals to implement the program. But then, in order to orientate them how the program works, we have 10 manuals in terms of the curriculum and also to guide them how to work with the parents. But we also have the reports, just shows the work that we have done since the inception of the Chics program. So far we have got, in the Kerk in Acte, we have got the 7 annual that we produce annually, 7 narrative but also financial, the reports. And we also have a video that showcases the work that we do in the Chics program. And we also had, I think this was just one of the programs that we also did, funded by Lotto. And we also did that with 19 ECD centers. But then that was still when we were also testing the franchise model. Through the work that we did there, also somehow informed the model that we do, which we call the principal model. Whereby it's a cost-effective model because we don't have to pay the principals. They're already, they find the value of the work that we do already, so they do not need an extra payment for the work that they do. Yes. And then we also have the Green Chics program. That is the educational, that is, in the Chics program, we focus on the general quality of life. But then in the Green Chics program, it's a specific version of the Chics program where we focus on the environmental education for the parents and the children. And we also have what we call a basket of practical measures or items of measure. For example, Betsie mentioned that we did, I'm not saying we did, but then because it was with the involvement of the parents, whereby there was no water at the center of the school, and then through the, the agency of the parents, the school ended up having a borehole, through the work that the parents did, and also improved sanitation, So, but we also had in another center, whereby we now have a proper waste management as a result of the Green Chics program. And then we also did, to understand the situation, we also did the general household survey with them, just to understand the situation as well. But then in terms of that, we don't have the official results of that. But we do have the questionnaires that were filled by 27 parents, because we only did that with we only experimented that. It was actually a feasibility study of the Green Chics program, whereby we only studied with 4 ECD centers. Yeah. So we also have, as I mentioned, the educational program, the environmental education program. So the curriculum focused on we provide the parents with a reliable information, but not only to stress them, because most of them feel that we're going back to school, but also providing a platform for a viable implementation. For example, when we discuss about the role of water, we also have the activities that the parents can also do. For example, which they can also, we together come up with what we can do, to solve the problem that we have identified through the general household survey, but also the open discussions with the parents. So I think we did that last year with the 4 ECD centers, as I mentioned, and we do have the feasibility report that is available. And we also have one video that showcases the work that we have done, just a 7-minute video that we have done with that. And yeah, as I mentioned now, we were still testing that program. But then to date, we've managed to get to a point where we have found a model that we can use to take it to scale. As I mentioned, we started by testing the franchise model, but that did not really work very well. And then we tested also the principal model, whereby we directly work with the ECD principals, which is cost effective. But the challenge now that is left is, how do we make the Chics program sustainable on a large scale? Because the intention is to implement Chics in every ECD center in Southern Africa. So the question of funding, but also how to sustainably do that. But also now, to also provide the Chics program, also either in a low technology or no technology, in a way that the principal at Eastern Cape can still access, also the principal and the parents can still access the content that we have developed, or the Chics program, to also enable them to work with the parents, from wherever they are, without us being involved. But because the problem that we are sitting with is between, the trade-off between the cost and also providing a quality program. Because we simply cannot just provide the program and expect the parents and expect the parents and the principals to do the program, in a high quality manner that we wanted it to. Yes. So we would like to invite you to also take this, walk up this journey with us, through the writing of this book, to experience how we can make this work in terms of the few questions that we have. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Catherine. And from my side, thank you for winning 3 minutes. If the next speaker can win 2 minutes, we are on track. And that next speaker is Dr. Montagu Murray.
I'm failing it. Christian, I need you to help me with this IQ test. I say thank you everyone, and I'll try to be a few minutes shorter, then we'll be right back on time. Is it on? Let me just see. Oh, is it on? Okay, is that better? Okay, great. Yes, I'll try to be a bit shorter, then we'll be right back on time. So the aim of this presentation is to give a brief overview of the type of quality of life indicators we gather, and a brief description of our approach to what we call particular impact on quality of life assessment, with reference to some results from air quality offset interventions. So we'll get to what that actually means. So firstly, you've seen some of these material already. You've seen this list of indicators. So like I said, in a general household survey, we would look at demographic indicators. This is a very interesting slide in the sense that, just to give you an idea, you will see there the right on top, sorry, it's very small. Oh, yes. Hendrik Snyman also brought it under my attention that these presentations will also be available afterwards on the screening link, and I'm sure you will see the detail much clearer there. Unfortunately, the screen is a bit small today, but so you're welcome afterwards to go and look at the detail. But just to give you an indication here, this is the results of 2 communities where we did in the first, in 2013, we did a sample. In the one community, we did a sample of just less than 200 households. In the other community, a little bit less than 600 households. And we repeated this comprehensive study in 2022 in a sample of 830 households in the one community and almost 1,300 households in the other community. So it's really, larger samples in the sense, and what is very interesting is what happened between, and I'll show you one or two of the interesting indicators between that you can actually see here. So that's the demographic indicators. Then also the health and well-being indicators. We also include in these larger samples the question with a satisfaction, life as a whole. How satisfied are you these days with life as a whole on scale 0 to 10? And what is interesting is I always get higher scores than the Gallup World Poll. I've never seen the low scores that they get. I'm not 100%. I have never studied why exactly. It may be because, if I'm not mistaken, they do telephone interviews and where we do personal interviews. I think that can make a difference. I don't know if that's that's just a hypothesis. It should be tested. But just an interesting comment. We get higher scores, ratings on scale 0 to 10. And then we also ask domain satisfaction scores in these larger samples. How satisfied are you with your waste removal? How satisfied are you with the water you have? How satisfied are you with your education? All those kinds of, and I'll get to that. But so it's also interesting to actually have the services indicators, but also the satisfaction ratings in one survey, which is also larger surveys. Then the services indicators, you've seen this already also, but just to give a practical example of why this is important in the practical work that we do. So, for example, if you want to put in a solar heater in a house as a solution to, for example, replacing an open fire, you can only do that if people have water onto the stand, because you cannot do it in another way. So that's just one simple example, but you need to know how many households, how many stands have water onto the stand, into the house, and that influence. Or another practical example, if you want to, in a colder area, replace a coal fire that people use for where the driver is thermal comfort, you want to know. And if your intervention is targeting, for example, RDP houses without ceilings, you want to know how many households in that community use coal in an RDP house without a ceiling. So then you have an idea how to plan your intervention. Are you going to, and that is exactly what we did in the project that we referred to before for the one large industry where we implemented in 5,500 households, at that stage we had all the baseline information in place. We knew how many households we could target, and we did it as such. There's also, maybe lastly I should just mention, there is obviously also a difference between a sample like this and a census. Actually, right before we did the intervention in that particular community, we did a census, you know, we went to every house. Yeah, but this is then services indicators that we do. This is quite an interesting slide. This is in about, I think it was 15 or 20 domains, where we asked people where the satisfaction scores of the sample of just more than 1,000 households. This is the mean score that the households in 4 communities gave for satisfaction. So you can see here, sorry, it's very small, but right at the left, there's a red where the graph starts. There's a very low score in air quality. For example, people gave just more than 4 out of 10 was the mean score for satisfaction with air quality. And that was obviously also, as Christiaan said, people know what the problems are that they are facing, and we find in these satisfaction scores that it actually reflects the situation that we also pick up when we look at the services indicators. Just to give one example, in one community where the satisfaction with waste removal was by far the lowest, of people were struggling with waste delivery failure and with access to waste. So you would expect that, but it is also confirmed in these domain satisfaction scores. Yes, so that was quite interesting. Yeah, then other way, this is where is just observation sometimes, ground truthing, where we take pictures of certain phenomena that we see in the community, and these pictures obviously can also be linked to GIS coordinates. You know, if you identify a waste heap and you take a picture of that waste heap, you've got 2 ways of actually, or you've got a visual illustration also of what you've reported. Then, then there's also, I showed you the thing about mapping, but it gets very interesting. This is a map. Previously, in one of the other presentations, I showed a map about waste removal, but this is a map that shows the coal use density in formal and informal areas. So the bottom picture, if you look at it afterwards, if it's too small now, is actually where the informal areas lie. The blue is the informal area, and the reddish orange color is the more formal areas. And then in the top picture, you will see that those areas that's marked in yellow is areas where more than, I think it was 50%, I was struggling myself to read the exact percentage, but that is the areas where the highest coal density is. And in this specific community, we also understand very clearly what happened there, because this is the post-intervention situation, and after we have targeted all the coal-using households in the formal areas. So these maps actually confirms what we expect, namely that the problem of coal burning is basically solved in the formal areas, but there's still quite a number of households that are burning coal in informal areas. So if you are planning an intervention in this community, for example, to reduce the burning of coal, it will have to be an intervention that's targeted on informal houses. Which is a very different intervention than an intervention that informal houses. Particularly, the reason why this is such a huge challenge is because thermal comfort plays a role, and it's very, very difficult to get an informal house or a shack thermally comfortable and efficient. So we've tried it and we've experimented it before, and the result of a feasibility study was that it costs you so much to address the structural integrity of that shack that you can almost just build a new house for the same amount. So we have not up to date found a solution for thermal comfort in a shack. Yeah, let me not look at the waste one again. You've seen this one actually in a previous presentation. This is also, but the reason why I included it here is actually because of the interesting thing of this triangulation, and that we actually use different data sets, and that if we do gather all these data in one community, it's possible in a meaningful manner, combine some of these data sets to get to meaningful results. Maybe I can just quickly say something about this one. I'm not going to go into detail because I actually want to talk about the particular impact, but the two instruments has to do with each other. So what we have done here, and we actually explained it in an article in the Journal of Sustainable Development, so if you're interested, you can read more about it there. But what we did in effect is we actually took the household as a complex system, we broke it up in its constitutive components, and we analyzed the components in terms of 10 fundamental human needs. And how it will then work in practice is we would typically, if we want to know something about water in a household or a community, the questionnaire will start off with a very open question. We will ask the respondent, can you please tell me about the water you have? And then the respondent might tell you a few things, but then we will probe the respondent on the interface between water and certain aspects of fundamental human needs. So after the respondent has already told us what, and we've probed, and that you want to know, we will ask, for example, do you ever go, if the interface between water and subsistence has to do, is really on a physical level? Are you sometimes, do you find sometimes that you thirsty and it's difficult to get water, Or if it's water and protection has to do with the safety aspect of water. Water and affection has to be about, has to do with the taste of water. I mean, are you satisfied, how does the water taste you have? Do you have to pay for your water, etc.? And even water is sometimes even used for other uses, like, for example, ritual uses or sometimes there's conflict about water. So we probe water we try to understand water in a much broader context. But the valuable thing of this type of instrument then is you can actually, we would typically take the sample of 1,000 households, and then we have a sample of 40 households randomly chosen from the 1,000, and then we can actually see the detailed questions, and we can compare the 250 interfaces of individual answers with each other, and we can also combine it and compare communities with each other. So it's one way to actually link more qualitative type of data and more quantitative and more qualitative type of responses, and also to keep a record of answers. And to find answers again, because what often happens in a very qualitative study is you do 40 interviews and it's a 200 or 300 pages answers, and then you write a report and then you cannot find the answers again 2 or 3 years down the line. It's difficult to find it again. Whereas in this type of model, we actually have an instrument where you can actually just drag your mouse over the water answers and you can see each individual respondent's answers on water immediately. What was the 10 answers? And you can compare it immediately. So it's a way of actually having data in a manner where it can actually be stored in a meaningful way also. Yeah, let me not go into this too much. This is just narrative answers. Let me not read this. Let me just read one of them because it's always, what people say is more interesting than what we say. So, let me just read the bottom one that's shorter. They collect garbage late, and you will find that there's a lot of garbage, and there are dogs, and they tear the papers, and you will find papers all over the street. And then the question was asked, now, if the municipality does not come to collect the garbage, what do? We take the garbage back home, and others don't want to take back the garbage, and there are Pampers in the garbage, so you find lots of Pampers at the street. So if they are late to fetch the garbage, it becomes a problem. But this is just, obviously, there's many narratives of what people actually then say, about these things. This is an example of how, on a whole community level, how you can actually then take that 250 interfaces, and here we have actually identified interfaces where you, from a statistical perspective, can actually extrapolate if the majority of the population would share a certain qualitative view. And there was the domains that the red ones is the domains where we could with confidence say that people will definitely struggle with a quality of life issue in that domain in the whole community, and the orange ones is the areas where there seems to be a reason for concern. Okay, I only have 5 minutes, so let me continue. So now the second thing, what we also did then, is we actually have a hermeneutic tool where we do a form of need element brainstorming. So if you take something like, you all may know something like a SWOT analysis. You have strength, weaknesses, opportunity, and then you think actually about your organization, and then you brainstorm about the strengths of your organization. This is a similar type of process. It's a brainstorm, but we brainstorm in 250 need element categories. So remember, it now has to do with a household as a complex system and fundamental human needs. But then we take these probes, so we generate sometimes up to 1,000 questions that could possibly be an interface in that category, which the intervention we're going to do is going to impact on. And the value of this is it actually helps you to consider the impact of a practice that you want to introduce on human beings. Because this is and that is what's important. It forces you to think of the people that you are working with as human beings with fundamental human needs, and not as objects of your that you actually just use to implement something that you want to implement, if I can put it that way. It forces you to have, and then we will have typically a pre-intervention interview, and then we will have the intervention, and will have a post-intervention interview, and then. Just to give you practical examples, so this was some of the interventions we tested in samples of 20 households each. We did it in about, I think it was a total of 100, in one community it was 160 households in total, because we tested many interventions, and in another community it was another 60 households. So it was a lot of groups of 20. Then this is just an example of a narrative response. One person said afterwards, I feel like a real human in South Africa. It has made a huge difference. It is 96% easier, because even if I come back from town at 9 o'clock, I can use the gas stove to cook. I don't sleep without eating. I don't have to stress when I'm in town and rush before it's late. It's so much better. This is just examples. There's many, obviously, but that would typically be a narrative answer. And then I've also shown these box plots to you. So this is an example of pre-intervention. We asked, how satisfied are you that your family can bath the way you want to? And in the this is 3 communities, groups, one group of 20, one group of 17, one group of 19. And there you can see the answers of all the groups. And the group where we tested the solar water heater, the median score before the intervention was about 5 out of 10, and post-intervention they scored it 10 out of 10. So before the intervention, they gave themselves 5 out of 10 with how satisfied. Then we did implement, and that's what you actually, you expect it with an intervention such as the solar water heater, and this is confirmation. Just to show you that it doesn't always happen. In this community, we asked, how satisfied are you that you can cook the way you want to? You can clearly see that pre-intervention and post-intervention, there was no dramatic change in median scores, amongst the respondents. The Likert style questions, I've also shown some of them examples before, but let's just look at one here. I like it most to bath with water that was heated on an open fire. Pre-intervention, 90%, the median score was, or 90%, no, this is not median, but the 90% of the respondents said, agreed with this, and post-intervention, it came down, because actually open fire, I've got 1 minute left, open fire was actually replaced. So once again, it's interesting that you can see that the intervention can be, that is one technique that one can use. I just want to also just quickly make the comment that quality of life is more than end user satisfaction. Like we found sometimes in one intervention, we found that people actually took a portable rocket stove. The baseline was an open fire. We replaced it with or the intention was to replace it. And then people took the portable stove into the house when it was cold. And they are satisfied because the temperature is great inside. But from a health perspective, it's really a huge problem. So I'm just, what I want to say is, both the objective observation or the researcher observation, let's not call it objective, but researchers' observations as well as people's perceptions are important, and one should consider both, and it doesn't always go together. Yeah, and that is everything. That is everything.
Thank you, Monty,
Okay.
For keeping strictly to your time. Now we will have the contribution by, if you don't mind me saying so, the elders among us, the ones that have gained wisdom over years. So Valerie will be first speaking about quality of life studies. Valerie, thank you. Now that I have the mic and you're on stage, thank you for coming out to this, and we really appreciate your presence here.
Do you want this thing?
Yeah, it really works. You can hear people. Is it okay?
Yeah.
Or do you want to put it under the hair? Okay. I don't think it's on. Okay.
Now it's off. Now it's on.
Oh.
Now it's on.
Okay. It doesn't feel balanced, but can you hear me? And there's no cycle. Okay. Oh, I've got to put. I was told, Montagu said I should just talk, and I'm not very good at this, but so I did make some notes, and I will look down to keep on time. I think everybody here has heard about quality of life studies. I was going to ask you, it's definitely not the thing. Well, to start off, I think quality of life studies took off in the 1960s, and now when I hear what Montagu has done in terms of, organizing things so you can use both the qualitative and the quantitative, and I think we've got quite a lot of quotable quotes, but we probably can't find them because we didn't organize them the way they should be. I'm just thinking about study of quality of life in unemployment with a question mark after it. We had a whole book, and I just couldn't throw away these quotable, how people coped with the stigma of being unemployed and everything else. And thank you, I've learned a lot. We might even go back to that and see how it's different. So this, with the social indicators movement, quality of life studies took off. And initially, we wanted to learn what made people content with their lives. And typically, we measured, as we've heard, how satisfied they were with their lives and how happy. And Montagu has quoted the typical, satisfaction in this moment sort of thing. And then quality of life scholars moved on from such what they call hedonic measures to also measure eudaimonia, and I can never pronounce that correctly. I only did Latin in school. Now, the positive psychologists, and I think here we are probably leading in South Africa because mainly around the area in the Northwest University, positive psychologists study what helps people to find their lives worth living, having purpose in life, and a meaningful life. And I'm still sort of behindhand with the hedonic measures. As I said, South Africa's been a pioneer when it came to measuring human well-being in Africa, and I've been asked, when were you introduced to it? Well, it was Lawrence Lemmer, and I actually had to write an article about the Pioneer series in applied quality of life studies. Lawrence Lemmer, incidentally, Lawrence Lemmer also had a program on community service training program. So he was also instrumental in things that you're trying to do. He came one day and he had brought 2 books, and they were the classics in quality of life, one by Andrews and Withy in the US and Campbell and colleagues. And he asked me to look at them and to read them and report next week. So I read the 2 books. I was really hooked. It just told you, like Montagu has said, how you can conduct quality of life studies that work, both for the researcher and also for the respondents. And so we started, and we did exactly what Montagu was saying. there were focus groups that had been done in Johannesburg where people from all over the country, this was black African South Africans, their life in the city and what worked and didn't, well, mostly what didn't work for them in the town. And so we developed the indicators, like you said, how satisfied are you with the water that you can bathe in, you know, and things, does it work for you? And so we had about 200 indicators. And we went into the field first locally with local surveys in KwaZulu-Natal, and then later we first found out what worked among the largest population group in South Africa, our black South African colleagues, and then moved on to, it was still apartheid, so there were 4 surveys that were done in the different population groups. And to tell you the truth, to get a figure for South Africa, we had to take the studies and, you know, weight different things. So that was at the first time that we did. Now, colleagues in the HSRC, they did the larger surveys that were representative, and my colleague, Benjamin Roberts, he has continued this at the HSRC. So we have trend lines of the very simple question, how satisfied are you with your life? Right from apartheid through the transition to democracy, and he will have studies right to 30 years in democracy. And democracy is one of the things to see how democracy has helped people improve their life situation. The magic moment for South African quality of life studies was when an election observer from Germany came over, and he'd actually studied quality of life in the 70s, and he'd used a scale, which is a 5-point scale. It was the FACES scale, which you could use also among respondents who didn't read and write, and you know, and it was also, you might say, in your face. And if you had scales, his N scale in one of them, Andrews and Withy had a scale, I think it was 7-point scale, and it was from delighted to terrible. In his case, it was probably from very satisfied to very dissatisfied and angry. And I think that sparks, you know, an empathy in South Africa, because when we get angry, we go and protest. I mean, we might toy, and it doesn't look like a protest, it looks like a celebration, but, you know, there is very emotional, a bit is there. So I knew that Theo was always behindhand, so I offered to analyze. I was a rookie researcher at that time. I said I'd analyze the outcome of the voter education survey that was being done in South Africa. And, you know, and I asked, can we put the standard quality of life question in there? And for the first time, it was the first time in South Africa that all South Africans, everybody was happy and satisfied at that moment. And in our trend line that I told you about, we have this spike right there in 90. The survey was conducted a month after the elections in 94. And a second time we have a slight peak is also during the World, what is it called, the 2010 World Cup. And we also went in the field at that time. And interestingly, recently we've used a scale that goes from what is the best time in your life, the worst time in your life, and where do you stand now. And quite a few respondents say their best time in life was when they first voted, and also during the time of the World Cup, when there was a national element of national pride. And you could just feel it, I think, after 94. Bishop Tutu said, Archbishop Tutu said, you know, why did we wait so long? It was as if we were walking on air. And, you know, it was tangible, that emotion at the time. And my colleagues at the HSRC who run the annual South African Social Attitude Survey, they're very much also, their section is looking at social cohesion in South Africa. And colleagues and I, we've also looked at national pride. It's, as I said, I've done so many surveys on different aspects of life, including national pride. Yes, yeah, it goes too far back. A quality of life researcher was not always that easy in the past, and as we say, it was a tough journey to get the idea across that you could measure something as intangible as human well-being across to fellow academics, practitioners, policymakers, and statistical offices. I'd just like to bring you back, and I'll try and be short on this. The second Carnegie poverty study we have to thank for paving the way for South Africa to develop the highly regarded national incomes dynamics study, and that is mainly powered by economics at UCT. Now, that does include a life satisfaction item, and there's a backstory to that. The Carnegie poverty study was funded by the World Bank, and our colleague Francis Wilson, he conducted meetings to discuss the questionnaire and everything, about 12 meetings, and I think I went, all over the place during that time. And as a rookie, while I was still a rookie researcher, I asked the last time, would it be possible to ask the people who know best about their quality of life? It was a household survey. The households, how satisfied they were with their living conditions. And could we also ask them what 3 things the government, the incoming government, should do in order to help people most? And it was a list then: jobs, housing, food, water, electricity, schools, clinics, peace, the end of violence. And I think the items ring because the Carnegie poverty study was to inform the government in waiting on what needed to be done for a better quality of life under democracy. And I think we're still struggling with those particular issues. And I mean, your work at NOVA is doing a lot towards seeing that we get a better life. When the results were out, the World Bank economists presented the results, and they were so surprised that those households whose living conditions were better were actually more satisfied. And I mean, we could have told them that was the case. So I thought it was interesting, but now we have a lot of happiness economists, and they know all about these things. The NID study, to come back to this, that now includes a life satisfaction measure, which of course is a panel study, so we follow people over time. And they also have where people stand on the Cantrell ladder, where do you stand on a ladder from the best situation you can think of yourself and for your, in the worst situation. And my colleague in the HSRC, we also have been working on the Cantrell ladder also not only for self, but also for the nation, so the national. Then to say, colleagues at StatsSA were also very wary of quality of life measures in the new millennium. We had a visitor from a colleague from Stats Sweden who was in our Quality International group, and he wanted the study, I can't even remember what the study was about, but he wanted to have the data collected by StatsSA, and this was the new StatsSA. And they had a new household survey, which we also spent about 12 meetings designing the contents of the households. It was a very exciting time at the beginning of after '94. And so we presented our proposal, that with this happiness and, well, it was only a life satisfaction question. And they laughed at us and they poo-pooed the idea. I mean, you're a bit sort of, it's a bit. And then we told our Swedish colleague about this, and he's a statistician. He said, and he works at, and he said, well, that's the way it is. That's normal. And he said, well, why did you suggest that we even go and collect the data through StatsSA? Anyway, at that time, there were quite a few sociologists. Actually, the head of StatsSA before Pierre was a sociologist, and people said, why don't you have a statistician at the head? Anyway. They agreed, and they put this question into the household survey, and we were able to write up on satisfied and dissatisfied, a profile of satisfied and dissatisfied South Africans. I think this is repeating what we've been hearing. quality of life studies to guide policy only really took off in the middle of the first decade of the new millennium. In 2007, the Stiglitz, Sen, and Fitoussi report, which was commissioned by the then French, it was Sarkozy, recommended that statistical offices also include some soft indicators, you might say, beyond the hard facts, and that would include some satisfaction questions. And then we had the Beyond GDP, we've heard about that, you know, economic growth isn't everything, that movement, and the OECD's House Life Project, and that's mainly in the Northern Hemisphere. And I remember that lent support to the importance of monitoring human well-being, and now we're moving on to also planetary well-being. And at the time, I remember the British public was saying, you know, our tax money that we have to hand in, and now we're being made to use that to, you know, give these happiness answers. I think that's changed. People find it normal. I'll come back to that later. If anything, the COVID-19 pandemic has made the general public more aware of the importance of quality of life in their lives. Yeah, it sounds a bit of a, what do you call it when you say it twice? Well, at least the importance of mental well-being, which I once said I was going to a quality of life conference, and they said, oh, you're going to a spa, I hope you enjoy it. And, you know, and when you see all these wellness magazines, I sort of cringe, you know, this is a scientific discipline. You actually measure and things like that. Anyway, once again, South Africa became a pioneer in quality of life studies because it tracked the responses and the impact of the responses to the lockdown that we had in South Africa. First, we had, I've mentioned the NIDS, the National Income Dynamics Study, had the NIDS CRAM, which looked specifically about the impact of the regulations on the material circumstances of households. And then we also, my colleague, the Human Sciences Research Council Social Attitudes Survey complemented the CRAM study, which measured the social responses, the attitudes, and what that meant in their lives at the time and how they were coping with well-being. So to sum up, social indicators research really took a while to arrive in Africa. It was a tough journey, and until recently, research on quality of life had always been conducted by outsiders. And I know when a group was seeing how, you know, how is social indicators movement faring, there was only, I think, a World Bank person who provided information on Africa. And when we were asked to participate in a project to look at quality of life, the untold story of quality of life, the history of quality of life in different parts of the world, I was assigned Sub-Saharan Africa, and my colleague in Algeria was doing North Africa and Middle East. And he told me, well, you know, just find people, you know, other fellow who are doing quality. I said, there are no. It's basically the only quality of life study is about health in Africa. That is the main focus. And since then, we did write our chapter, and we wrote a book that includes lots of things. We also even have cooking stoves in it, but not here, sort of. And the last International Society for Quality of Life Studies we had 2 sessions, I had to chair all those tracks, where I've never seen so many quality of life studies outside presenting at an international conference, and it was really gratifying. And I mean, some of you are here, you know about this, so it's a great, we've taken off, I think. I'd just like to mention, if some of you have been introduced to the International Society for Quality of Life Studies, and I'm sure if some of you have already presented there your work, they would be welcoming, and you can, you know, share things. And I think it's like, this has been such a friendly meeting, and ISCPOLS is always considered the most friendly and supportive organization, especially for young scholars and people, you know, who've just joined the club and started measuring quality of life and doing new things and exciting things. And everybody says they feel very welcome, and one reason may be that members come from so many different disciplines and also practitioners and policymakers who are interested in. And so nobody feels that they know more than anybody else. We're all equal and we can all contribute and share and learn from each other. And I've learned so much this morning already, and I hope the tea sessions are longer so I can learn even more from more of you. Thank you very much for inviting me and having a person who's a bit long in the tooth talk to you. I'm quite intimidated. Thank you. Oh, I have to hand in my support structure.
Thank you, Valerie. That was absolutely... Here we go again. Thank you, Valerie. That was absolutely great. There's such a lot of things to dig into there, but I hope we will be carrying the torch forward and picking up on those large traditions and on the work done before us and coupling that to practices where we actually can aim to measure the increase in quality of life brought about by some of the things we are busy with. So where's Koos Pauw is next, my father, about evidence-based policy making.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Thank you. Okay, evidence-based policy making. Let's start with the outline. I have 5 themes in the outline. The one is the introduction and definition. I will spend quite some time on that. Then 2 short slides, the one on the politics of attention and the politics of evidence is the next one. And then a 4th slide is where policy is made in South Africa. I think that is quite an important thing to take into account. Where actually is policy made? And then the final slide, just a few ideas on NOVA and policy. So the basic assumption of this little talk is that it would be good if NOVA results could influence public policy. If that could happen, all this impressive data that you have, information that you have, if that could have an effect in public policy, well-being will be enhanced. That is the basic assumption here. So here's a definition of public policy. I'll just read it, and no comments from my side. Public policy is a decision and assessment rule or set of rules to arrange all possible official action in a specific domain on a scale between obligatory, it must be done, and forbidden, it must not be done. The desirability of any conceivable action then is measured by policy, before and after. Conversely, if known potential actions in a domain cannot be evaluated, a policy vacuum exists, and policy is hierarchical, which is very important in South Africa. There's a hierarchy from the Constitution right down to what they call street-level procedures or something like that. So policy is always in an hierarchical place, and also, of course, regarding a domain. Here's the most important point of my little talk, the following sentence, and that is all actually I need to say. Policy, humans make policy, not evidence. Evidence does not make policy, human beings make policy. And that for Nova is actually a crucial thing to understand. You can have the best data in the whole world, but there must be a human group, a human being that will actually make the decision. Humans make policy, and sometimes they are all too human. And there is also in the literature, it also comes up in the next bullet, the so-called evidence policy gap. That is the problem that researchers have, that scientists, scholars have, is that we have this evidence, it seems evident, it's true, but from there to where policy happens, there is a gap. So in the policy literature and in the, shall I call it the barroom talk of scientists, there's always this question, we have this evidence, but why is there such a big gap to policy? Why is the difference there? The next point is for me very interesting. Of course, this whole question of evidence-based policy has a cultural setting. It is not the same in this country as in the Netherlands or as in China. There's a definite cultural dimension to this whole question of how policy is made in the light of the evidence we have. And of course, this must be taken into account when you try to influence policymakers. Do they come from an environment where the word science is, sorry for this, a goody-goody word? If they say science, oh, it's wonderful, it's our science. Is there a culture like that? Is there a culture of respect for evidence made by scholars? And what is interesting here for me, and perhaps that is just a very personal feeling, is that over the last 5 years, the whole cultural environment of evidence and science has changed. I think I might be wrong, but this is just how I experience it. And I'm especially thinking about COVID-19 and the whole climate issue. Because if you go to not only the popular media, but even to scientific journals like Lancet and Nature and so on, these things have become part of the culture wars. And the culture wars in the United States are about the next election. So what's happened here is that what seemed to be merely a question about what causes COVID-19, was it fabricated in a lab and so on, that has come into the political sphere. That makes this whole thing of scientific evidence makes it all the more interesting. And by the way, you can kick me out if I say this, but evidence-based policy is of course a myth. It's a very useful myth, as one article in the literature has it, but it is still a myth. And I just want to very quickly refer to two research projects that was of or is of some importance. Under the topic of the politics of attention, and I think that was the official name of the project, the point is, the question is not how important and necessary new policy could be, but the problem is, but how the problem can catch and hold the attention of those in power. So it's not even how important the thing is. The point is, can it catch and hold the attention of those in power? And this was studied by two American political scientists, Jones and Baumgartner, and they had a very impressive project covering lots of stuff, not only political debates, but media in general and so on. And they made two basic conclusions. And the one is that policy follows a pattern of punctuated equilibrium, which you also get, of course, in biology. They say that the policy environment and the policy decisions are more or less stable for a time, and then there's a big change, and then there's a new equilibrium found. So there's a jump from one, let's say, agenda to the other. The other one is follow the money. If anyone wants to influence policy, that person must look at the budget. And in South Africa, I must say, we have excellent budget documentation. So for NOVA, look at Department of Water and Sanitation, look at the programs and so on, look at the Department of Energy, look at the Department of Environmental Affairs, their budgets. Because the politics of attention causes money to flow from one budget program or project to another. Now currently, and that is the next bullet there, currently I think NOVA is in a very good position. Namely that the current attention, under the broad heading of politics of attention, is favorable to the environment that you are in at the moment. There are the Sustainable Development Goals, like no poverty, zero hunger, clean water and sanitation. Does that ring a bell? That resoneert it? That rings a bell with what you're doing? Sustainable cities and communities, climate action, etc. That all is favorable. And then there is, of course, the just energy transition. And I said follow the money. There's a lot of money that can come into this country via the just energy transition for the kinds of projects that NOVA is interested in. Now, just to throw in something naughty, when will this end? When will this Sustainable Development Goals sort of peter out? Is there something new on the horizon that can be used? Then, the next quick slide, politics of evidence. There's I believe he's a Scottish researcher, Paul Kearney, who worked on this. He wrote a book by this name, and he says, if you want to inject more science into policy making, you need to know the science of policy making, which is, of course, still far on the horizon when we'll ever come to that. But you must understand the process. That is the simple point. And Kearney sets out two extreme views. The one is the naive evidence policy making view, and that's the one I call the myth, that there can and should be a direct and unproblematic link between scientific evidence, policy decisions, and outcomes, which is still another one down the road. That is the naive one. But the opposite view is the policy-based evidence view that says the government will trot out that evidence that will actually support their policy after the fact. And I think that is what is going on, for instance, around COVID-19. That is what happened over time. The policy-based evidence view that politics is so pathological that no decision is based on an appeal to scientific evidence if it gets in the way of politicians seeking election, etc. So let's go on to the next slide. Where is policy made in South Africa? And Betsie, thank you for your one-liner. You said the government is quite dangerous. But where is the government? And I was looking at Rooiwal. Now, I know Rooiwal, the slides, because I bird there, so the environment is known to me. But where is policy made in South Africa? And we are within a constitution where there are 3 spheres of government: national, provincial, and local. And each of them have powers. They are actually more tiers than spheres because there is a definite hierarchy. And in general, the national government rules the roost, also in the policy that you are involved with. But there at Rooiwal, I was supposed it was a municipality or the city that was there. But the government, the general government, the national government rules the roost in terms of money. Of course, the way they allocate funds, because the national government is the place where the most money comes into the fiscus. Provinces earn about nothing of their own money. The municipalities earn something. And here's the point. Policy is made by national departments. Even if the Constitution seems to give the municipality and the province some autonomy or independence, the policy departments at the national level actually makes the most important policy, and that policy can be enforced under the heading of norms and standards. What is important for NOVA is to look at what even intergovernmental structures exist, because there is a whole system of intergovernmental relations, also intergovernmental fiscal relations, where you get the so-called min-mix. That is the fora where the national minister meets with the MECs, the provincial ministers. Quite important, but they are split by sector: environment, energy, water and sanitation. And remember that turf wars in the bureaucratic environment are very real. So finally, the powers of provincial and local governments are quite limited, and you can see that in the way the Constitution is written. For instance, the powers of municipalities that you will find in Section B of Schedules 4 and 5 of the Constitution, and if you read the powers there, it is not very easy to understand. I must really hold my head together when I try to understand it even now. NOVA and policy. 3 pieces of advice. It is realism about your powers to influence policy. And there again, number 1, policy is made by humans, not by evidence. So the realistic way is to know whom to influence and whom to inform. So networking is very important. A final one, before the time hits 1 o'clock, is that what's very interesting about NOVA is the contribution that NOVA has already made in terms of the technologies of research, the technologies of developing interventions and certain products that you have already put on the table. And when I look at this whole thing between science and policy, perhaps it's not only hard evidence, namely the data that you present, but also the ways you went about gathering and implementing and utilizing that And it's actually very hard to argue with an intervention that obviously worked. Thank you.
Thank you, Koos. Yes, realism. And we are back on time, so that is absolutely great. Thank you to everybody contributing to this session. I think there's really a lot to digest from all of this. We will, realistically speaking, not have the chance to do all of that today, but I think we should really engage. Afterwards, we are going to have some smaller sessions, but I think engaging afterwards by email and private conversations would obviously be needed. So we are going to take lunch now, and we are regathering here at 1:45. That is 13:45. Thank you.
dankie Pierre, dit gaan goed. Was ek nie te hard van? Ek dink dis nie lekker nie. Ek probeer nou nog ek die mense dis maar skat maar te maak voel die stroom in die baie.
simplest een is hierdie one as die multiplier.
Okay. Well, let's reconvene. Attie, where is Attie? Attie. Attie, I'm keeping the mic warm for you.
Okay, are you ready? So let us begin. The first speaker. Is it off? Yeah, the first speaker is. This is no quality of life studies. We've done that. Evidence lunch. Possible allocation of chapters. Montagu.
It's this IQ test again. Okay. Yes. Thank you for everybody that prepared the lunch. It was great, and now we'll continue. The first part of the workshop was quite structured in the sense that, it was presentations, and the idea was that we present some of the empirical work that NOVA has done, and that you think about it from your various backgrounds and the themes that you are interested in as academics also. This part of the discussion will be a bit more interactive and is less planned in that sense. We did some planning, but the idea is now that we break up actually in exploratory theme groups. So what I did is I actually divided everybody that's here into groups, but it's really not my place to choose a theme for you. So this was just to make it a bit, because I know that what some of you, your interests are when we invited you, but please feel free to choose the exploratory group of your choice. So we're going to divide there's 12 exploratory themes, but I divided it into 6 groups because it would be a bit impractical and the discussion would be not that interactive if we are too small in our groups. So I actually thought that exploratory theme 1, development in the Anthropocene, exploratory theme 11 and exploratory theme 12, those 3 that's marked in blue on that, sorry, it's a bit small, but they can go together as group 1 in a discussion. So the idea is that you find a place, there's nice tables here outside, sit any place that you can find in the office in your group of 3 or 4 people, and then I'll quickly show what you're going to do. So we're going to have 2 forms. Let me just do that and then I'll come back to the groups. Sorry, that's a bit small, but Nalani will give each group these forms. On the form, you have the opportunity to say that you are interested to be to participate as an author in the book project and what theme you are interested in. You can just say it's theme 1 or 2 or 3 or 4, or it can be more than one, theme 5, 6, and 7. And then there's you have to mark against your name just, are you willing to contribute to the book, yes or no? Are you willing to contribute to an academic article, yes or no? Which is not the book, but maybe something else. And then also, lastly, if you're not, you also feel very free to also say that no, that you don't feel free, and that's no problem whatsoever. But then there's also the question: are you willing to be a critical reader? maybe for some other people that are participating. And then there's another form with a few questions. Once again, feel free from your side to come with other questions or to do it differently. This is just to probe you. But the questions that we thought of is, can you think of a possible title for the chapter of the book or the theme that you will be contributing towards? So I think in the light of everything that we've discussed today, and I must say something that we did not do that much at this stage in the presentations, but Sytse, during tea break, he actually brought it under my attention, and I thought it was a very, very meaningful observation. What Sytse said is, yes, but what is the relationship between that presentation you gave on air quality and the title of the book, the development in the Anthropocene? And that's a very, very meaningful comment, because even on the level of air quality, one can say that greenhouse gases is a global gas, PM is a local thing. So local air quality and global climate change, even in air quality, there's an interesting dynamic at stake. And the question is, for our theme, what does it mean? What does development in the Anthropocene mean for the practical problems that we are engaging with, and how can we bring that into? So I think when you discuss it in your groups, feel free to also integrate a bit more and to maybe think what one can do with the topics that we are working in. Then a second question: do you have ideas regarding a topic for your contribution specifically? That's not the theme chapter per se, because in one chapter it may also happen that we perhaps in some instances have more than one contribution. I'll just have to check. I think when we get to the book logistics, we'll also see how much place we have or for how many contributions. But for this point in time, it would be great to get a list of the things that you may be interested in. Then, do you have ideas regarding also the topics for academic articles? So maybe you feel that it's not going to fit into the theme of the book, but there is something that you've heard today that may be interesting for an academic article. Please also say that. And as just want to re-emphasize two things just quickly. The question that Rini asked before is, everything will be available for you we're not going to sell any data. We will make it available to you. And that is the idea. It is open source, and we will find ways to get all the permissions that we have to get. But the idea is that you think with us, because we've got one vision, and that is quality of life in households. And once again, there's also some theoretical thinking that can go into that. What is a household? Sytse also brought that under our attention. But the question, what is a household? And how does, what is a household, and what is the meaning of the Anthropocene? Also for how we, we learn the traditions that we have for our children in the context of where we live in households and in families. Okay, and then can you summarize all the topics? Then just a summary of the topics right at the bottom. So let me just go back to this slide. So what I would then suggest now, and then we will come back, and we will, in the larger group, just give feedback of a summary of the discussions we had in our smaller groups, which will also make the floor a bit more open. And then I believe, I hope it is right with you, Sytse, but if Sytse can then also maybe just give a 5-minute or so at the end summary of what he observed today, and also how it maybe relates to the previous book projects and so on. We would, if you would be willing to do that, Sytse, we would really appreciate that. If you, right at the end, if you can just give a 5-minute or so overview of your impressions of what you have observed, and maybe how it relates to the previous, the culture that you have had in previous book projects and so on. Just to say something about that for the way, yes. Yes. Okay. Yes. Yes.
The fiasco, the end of modernity.
Okay, yes.
And how can it help us to find a way out?
Okay.
Is there any common ground to discuss that together?
Okay. Thank you very much. So just for, I don't know if everybody heard what Sytse said in the beginning. So Sytse actually put two things on the table. He said, if we in the small groups can also ask a little bit more of a fundamental question, not only just a chapter, but reflect on what is your interpretation of the meaning of Anthropocene from your academic background and your field of expertise. What is the meaning of that? And then secondly, Sytse said, just repeat the second one. Sorry, Sytse, for a moment I forgot the second one, the second point. Yes. Oh, modernity. Sorry, that was the second one. Yes, yes.
That's point one. And point two is, when you take a stand in the field on the discussion about the Anthropocene, does that help your stand to find a way out of the crisis of, let's say, the crisis of our society, that means the crisis of modernity?
Okay. Thank you. So I hope you all heard what Sytse says. So how does it relate to the crisis of modernity also, and can it help to actually overcome the challenges that we've experienced, in the context of modernity? So I think, yeah. So if the groups there's a more fundamental part of the discussion, and then there's also the discussion, the focus on the theme. But what I like about what Sytse suggests is, I think we've always found in let's call it multidisciplinary and more transdisciplinary type of groups, that it's very difficult to understand each other and to find common ground in some other way. So what I like about what Sytse says is that can also give us maybe an approach or a basis to start the discussion and to focus on one common framework where we can also bring the separate contributions in the chapters a little bit closer to each other. So thank you very much, Sytse, for that. Let me just check if that's everything. Yeah, that is everything. So let's just go back to, let's just go back to the groups. So what I would like to suggest is, if each group just gather, so I'm going to start with group 1, and then if you are interested to join that group, please just gather there together, and then Nalani will give you the 2 forms, and then you can find your way out and find a place where you can sit and discuss as a group, and then you can just return to the session feedback for the theme groups, which should be 14:45. So you will have about 40 minutes or so just to have your discussion. So let's start with group 1. So the following, if you're interested in the following 3 themes, please just gather there on the right-hand side at the first, right in front. The one is development in the Anthropocene. That is the more philosophical and fundamental reflection. The second theme is the tough task of quality of life impact measurement. That is exploratory theme 11. And then the last one, the tough task of enhancing the capabilities of low-income households to benefit from the 4th industrial revolution. So if those 3 themes, people that are interested in that, maybe just can gather there right in front. If we only have one person, then I will ask that person to maybe join other group. So let's just see, is there... Pierre, are you interested? I think, well, if you're interested in more than one, unfortunately, you have to join one group now, but you will have the opportunity to indicate on the form that you're also interested in other topics. Okay. So I think, yes, okay, so Derek, do I understand correctly that you are interested in one of these themes? Or? Oh, okay, wonderful. And I think Sytse might also be interested in theme 1. Well, let me not choose for you, Sytse, but I know that you are interested in. Okay, and then if you can, then Melanie will give your group a form, and then if you can then just be back by 14:45. Now, so the second group, maybe they can gather here on the left-hand side. The second group is exploratory theme 2, 3, and 4. That's everything that has to do with air quality. So it's a tough task of air quality management in dense low-income settlements, the tough task of monitoring air quality health impacts, and the tough task of sustainable domestic energy usage patterns. So that is, okay, so Christiaan is there. If Christiaan and Tertius, if it's just the two of you from Nova's side, I would also propose that you maybe join our other, oh, no, let's keep it like this. Then I think because there's other people that are joining online that may be interested in that topic. Okay, then group number 3, let's do it on the right-hand side again. That's the tough task of domestic waste management in dense low-income settlements. So that's everyone that would like to focus on waste. That's the waste group. Yeah, so it's just the two. Maybe it seems like it's going to be the two of you, Reyneke and Pierre, if I... Okay. Oh, yeah, Hendrik, oh, you're on the fence, but you can also, it would actually be nice if you join them, if you're willing, because you've got, Hendrik is busy with all the practical waste implementations at the moment. Okay, then theme, that was the third group. The fourth group is the tough task of water and sanitation in low-income settlements. If you can join Betsie, and also the tough task of working towards human well-being and biodiversity conservation. So let's just see if there's someone to join you, Betsie. If it's only you, I would also propose that you maybe join our other group. I think, Betsie, it seems as if it's only going to be you. So maybe you can join the waste group if you would. I think that would be great. And then, but if you can also just think about the topics in your themes. Okay, and then the fifth group, the tough task of influencing public policy. Ah, is that great? Great. It is. I know Koos will also be there, and Pauw is there. Koos, you and Pauw. And then the last one, the last group is the tough task of early childhood development and the tough task of working with the church. So the church and early development, we've actually grouped together. Attie, you will also be joining that group. That will be excellent. Thank you. Okay, I think that is so. If everybody can then be back at 14:45. Okay. Yes. En het ons die microfoon. Okay. Okay, everybody, I think let's continue. I think thank you very much. I hope you had some interesting discussions. I think one also have to remember, obviously, it's early days in terms of trying to find each other and finding a. It's a tough task, but so we've got 6. Oh, sorry, Attie, you are. I don't know if I should have gone, but we've got 6 groups that have to, or I think 5, because Betsie maybe were involved in the other group. That will have to give feedback, and we have a half an hour or a little bit shorter, perhaps. So each group can take maybe 3 minutes or 4 minutes, just to 6 minutes. Okay, let's make it 5. Let's make it 5. The timekeeper says 5. Let's not argue with the timekeeper. So each group will get 5 minutes, and Henry will show us when the time is finished, just to give feedback of what you've discussed in your group, and then after that, Koos will say something about the book logistics, because we've also already have a publisher that we will appoint, etc. But he will give all that detail. And then in the closure, we'll, if Sytse, if you can have 5 minutes right at the end, not now, but right at the end, just to give your impressions, like I said, but that will be right at the end, 15:45. It will be part of the closing session when we will conclude all the everything that happened. So let's start with exploratory, the group 1, the exploratory theme 1, 11, and 12. Oh, okay, so it seems that will be great. It will be great, Nikkei, if you can start. And I think if Nikkei takes 2 or 3 or 4 minutes and someone else in the group can add to what she said, I think we can do it in that way. So let's, I think that mic would be great. Then we can hand it over to everyone.
Okay, it's on. Hi guys, so our themes were development in the Anthropocene, quality of life impact measurement, and enhancing the capabilities of low-income households to benefit from the Fourth Industrial Revolution. For this theme, none of the participants in our group want to contribute to this, so they have someone from America that is interested, so we have no notes for that one. But then for the development in the Anthropocene, a possible title would be Rethinking the Problem of Development. So this would be a more philosophical chapter, thinking about development specifically in the Anthropocene and in the modern era, and maybe looking at different perspectives from different philosophical viewpoints, etc. Some of the main ideas would be development is taken for granted, so this is fundamentally a good thing, and that development is a human task, so it's a responsibility of humans to better the world. I don't know, anyone from the group, if you want to add something to this one? Not? Okay. And then the second one is quality of life impact measurement, or the tough task of that. So a possible title would be Tough Choices, Opportunity Costs of Quality of Life Measurements. So the idea here is to look at the relationships in terms of quality of life, relationships between yourself, or between the self, between the community members, local community members, but then also local versus global. So, local versus global. In this sense, there's a lot of pressure from especially the developed countries, for example, to do the climate change transitions or the energy transitions and to work against climate change. But then on a local level, people actually need jobs, etc. So the interaction between these thoughts. Yeah, that is what we have. Is there anyone that wants to contribute to that? Are you all happy? Okay. That is that from our group. I don't know if anyone else have any questions in terms of our themes. Christiaan?
Thank you, Nikkei. Maybe I could just say something about the fourth industrial revolution. So I wasn't present in the group there, but there is a, let's say within our network, still strong interest in that theme around the Internet of Value, around you know, the different developments in that. So that theme is definitely still alive, maybe just not addressed this afternoon.
Thanks.
Maybe we still have a minute or so. I would just like to say, in terms of quality of life measurement, one thing that we also said is that the difference between previous times and now, the concept of planetary well-being and quality of life is that planetary well-being includes the tension between human quality of life and also not compromising the integrity of the environment, which is something that's a little bit more than I think in the past. If you just want to address, for example, poverty in a local settlement close to Pretoria, and you are just interested in human quality of life and you don't even think of anything else, then the tough questions doesn't arise. But if you are thinking, if someone is, for example, burning coal, but also because it's the cheapest way of energy, you know, suddenly you have to also consider what is the impact of the coal on the climate. So I think that is something we said. And I think right at the end, I think, Sytse, you will also say something about the meaning of the Anthropocene, because I think we also discussed that in our group in the beginning, is can we not find common ground totally, but can we start thinking of how do we interpret the meaning of the Anthropocene? I think Sytse can say something about that right at the end. Sorry, while I'm here, the next group was the equality group. Yes, Christiaan. Let me just...
Thank you, Montagu. We had a lively discussion and fairly little ended up on the paper. So, I mean, we had notes, but it was a bit all over the place. But I pinned down a title after taking a minute of silence thinking about our discussion. So I'm going to look into the faces of my compatriots and see the expression in their face when I read the title that I think we should have formulated had we gotten the opportunity. So the title is The Long and the Short, Greenhouse gas and air pollution in the context of low-income households in Southern Africa. So a lot of our discussion centered around the theme that that air pollution and let's say greenhouse gas emissions operate at different scales. That is temporally as well as spatially. Air pollution varies spatially very significantly with distance from the source. There are many sources. They have very, they are temporarily on and off. A nice strong wind or a good shower of rain resets the whole thing. So, I mean, it comes and it goes. It's local. It's fairly easy to address in the sense that the source can be identified and acted upon. So that is air pollution. It has its own dynamic. And greenhouse gas emissions, the greenhouse effect operates on the scale of the planet over a century. So that's something totally different. And it leads then to this, to almost these idea of trade-offs, that, oh, and then another thing comes in, and that is a household quality of life. I mean, Nova is about that. So we have our own, you can say, ideological position around that. And households don't do anything they don't want to do anyway, unless they are forced by circumstances. So it almost defines then a space, a three-dimensional space, and that space is the, let's say, the temperature of the atmosphere, the global impact, the local air pollution impact, and the quality of life impact. And in that space, you have this region where there's the win-win-win. And you can place practices according to the impacts in this space. So there are practices that lead to a better outcome on the level of the planet, on the level of the household quality of life, and on the level of air quality. And that all the energy efficiency practices sit in that corner. So those are the things that you want to promote first. They have their own problems, namely there's the economic problem of the cost bump, because sometimes in energy efficiency, the investment comes first and the savings follow over time. And what mechanisms are there in place to overcome that bump, and who are the actors in that? So there's a whole discussion there. And then there are these, let's say, win-win-lose combinations, like free electricity for everybody from coal power stations is great in terms of local air pollution, in terms of quality of life of households, but not in terms of the planet, and not in terms of maybe of the economic. So there's a win-win-lose combination. And then there are, the worst things are the lose-lose-lose, where, let's say, cooking with coal, where it's inefficient, people don't want to do it, and it's bad for the planet. So there is a space that is defined. There is this interface between local and global, and there appears to be a pathway to be mapped through the practices towards targeting very damaging practices for removal, or targeting ideal practices for promotion within the context of the economic possibilities. So we are far from done, but that is where we are. Thanks.
Thanks, Christiaan. And it's waste. Yep.
Okay, yeah, well, similar to Christiaan's group, we were also very excited to talk about everything philosophical and not always strictly related to waste, but I think that's where the best ideas come from. So yeah, we were talking about waste management in low-income settlements. But yeah, some of the highlights from our Anthropocene discussion related to the discipline or the topic of waste. We were first just talking about how dealing with the challenges, there's no idea of going back. You know, there is a tendency to think, where did it all go wrong? How can we go back? But there is no such thing for us. So we have to think of what was maybe lost in the process of modernization, industrialization, and so on, and what can we do moving ahead? It needs to be, you know, futuristic, innovative, new. So yeah, that was the one point. And I'm going to bring out my own point because you remember your own points the best. I've always been thinking of, you know, in waste management, the question is, you know, in terms of the Anthropocene, the current ideal for that is transitioning to a circular economy, right? And in that, people always jump to, if we can just recycle, you know, then it will all be solved. We've got a circular economy going. And in that sense, the waste management and recycling has become like the scapegoat almost of dealing with climate change. But there was a good study done on the circular or wastefulness of our resources in our economy, South Africa, and the potential for waste to contribute to that was 5%, solid waste management, to close it, making that a circular economy. So it doesn't have so much to contribute. So I was just saying, let's put waste in its place in that sense, put it in perspective. So I'm going to start with the title that we have, that we thought of. Thinking differently about waste management options for low-income households, and I added through offset projects. So we did talk a lot about how new and innovative our current project is, the offset waste project. And we thought of that as just becoming a case study in itself. Everything that we are doing is new. We checked with Reyneke, who's quite a guru in the waste management field, and so everything we are doing is new. So a case study would be insightful on every segment of it. So we're not sure. We didn't say too much about whether we think it would be an academic article or specifically a chapter in the book. If I'm right, Hendrik, Tertius, right? We're not. It could be both, either or. But other suggestions that came out of for research, it's just the fact that in terms of separation at source, what we're doing, there's not a lot of literature in South Africa on household participation in that. There's nothing on rural households that has got no formal waste management currently, so anything there is new and would contribute. And then Hendrik also suggested a qualitative following of households, a few households through our project as we progress to see their participation. Is it something that increases or goes down or whatever? It would also be interesting to see how they go. I think that's all I can remember and I quickly wrote down. Is there anything that I skipped you guys wanted to add? No.
Here, so we can proceed. There are two topics that where there was no academic interest in this group, and that was the tough task of sanitation and water, and the tough task of working with the church. So the one that we could discuss was early childhood development, and we were there. Three of us are part of the Chics program, but we had one expert from the University of Western Cape, Nicolette, and Antoinette also is from the University of Pretoria. She's also interested, she has been doing research, academic research on the Chics program, but she could not be here. So we had a discussion with Nicolette. The main topic is the involvement of parents. That is something that has been neglected a lot, and Chics is good at that. So the idea is we will send all our available reports and results to Nicolette and Antoinette, and then we will plan the further research from there. So we as a Chics team will be supporting them, and they can then take the lead for certain publications. We said that as far as modernization or modernity is concerned, one concrete example of that is decolonization, and one concrete aspect of that is that we do not take a curriculum from America or Europe or somewhere, a modern curriculum, and implement it here as if that is the solution for us. It is, we develop with the parents and the ECD centers, we develop a contextual curriculum and contextual inclusion of the parents. So that is the answer to that, in short, not the full answer. but that is the direction in which we spoke. And then about the Anthropocene, we said that has to do with the impact of human impact on nature, on the ecology. And part of our Chics program is to develop a healthy relationship with your own context, ecology or nature in your own context, as a way of thinking for children when they grow up. Yeah, I think that is. Let me see if there is something else. Is there somebody who wants to add something? Yeah, the draft title is Relationship Between the Caregiver and the ECD Center Education. So it's that the relationship, that is the key or the center of what we think our application program will be about. Good, the next one then, I think we are through. Is there another group? The policies. Good.
Thank you, Attie. Our publisher has joined us, Vickers van Zyl from UJ Press. There he is. May I welcome him, Montagu. It's very good to see you, and it's kind of you to come and join us, where we actually come to the business of the production. The task of influencing policy is the exploratory theme, the tough task of influencing policy. And Patu Mukwevu and I talked. He is Dr. Mukwevu, if I may say that. And we had a brief discussion, but I think a rather clear discussion. And the title that we have provisionally formulated is The Role of Evidence in Policy Making on the Space Where South Africans Live. Now, Patu's doctorate was about the effectiveness of air quality policy, but we thought we want to extend that not to only cover the environmental area in the strict sense of the word, but also to include water and sanitation as well as waste management. So when we're going to talk about policy, we want to write about these three areas. And for that purpose, if it is fine with everybody, Patu has undertaken to involve two of his colleagues, one in waste management and one in water and sanitation, namely Yuri Moelman and Claudine Roux. I think perhaps Claudine Roux is known to Nova, and we will try to involve these two colleagues as well. And the chapter that we are planning has, I think, three main components. The more straightforward component, although it's a large topic, is the existing policy on air quality, water and sanitation, and waste management, the existing policy. And then the difficult topic is we would like to investigate that in the genesis of policies in these three areas, what evidence was actually involved and how much research and scientific research and experts were actually involved from outside the official sphere. And in that sense, we also plan to write a mini history of how these policies came to be and to ask the question whether evidence
good evidence actually played a role, or whether it was policy making determining which evidence you're going to cite. That is actually what I remember. Must I add anything? It's fine then. Attie, thank you very much.
Thank you, Koos. Can you remain? Because the next topic is half an hour on the book logistics that Koos will do. I just want to say I feel quite impressed. You know, it's 3:30 something Saturday afternoon, and you look quite awake and interested. So, yeah, I think we can make another half an hour, then we will close. Okay.
Thank you very much. Christiaan says I can use this.
Thank you very much, Attie. Now the book logistics. This part of our proceedings and for which Vickers has also joined us. So Vickers, if you want to say something and come in as I go along, you're most welcome. This part is presented with humbleness in the sense that work is actually assumed here, and we look at 4 aspects, and this is not cast in concrete. I just want to emphasize that. That's why I say we're presenting this with humbleness, because it depends on the authors what will happen. So, as far as the writing is concerned, we are looking at chapters, more or less 7,500 words per chapter, and that is, the quotation given to us is based on that number of words, but of course it's not an absolute law, it is just a guideline. What we are looking at is an academic piece to be peer-reviewed in order to qualify for DHET subsidy. So we are looking at an academic publication, and of course in writing such a publication, one links what you are proposing with the literature as it is, if such exists. Allow me just a sort of an anecdote. I was at a meeting where the chief of the National Police Service Research Division spoke to police officers, and he said, "You mustn't ask me to do research on why people arrive late for work at your station." And what that means is when we write something, we propose it, we do it within the context of a literature, 90% of the times. So that is what I mean by that expression. The style, we are going to use the University of Johannesburg Press, UJ Press, our publisher, and the style guidelines are at that link, which will be, this piece that I'm presenting will be available to everybody, and you can click on that link. And the kind of citation style is a Harvard type citation style. You will look also here, the publisher is not authoritarian. We can use that, be as close to that as possible. Also, Nova likes Zotero as a reference manager or as a citation manager, and if you want to use that, it's fine. And all queries about style or form of your chapter can be directed to me. I am available, and there is my Gmail email address. That, I don't know what that, oh, something dropped out of this slide as you see it, but on the published slide you will see my cell phone number also appears there. So please email me or call me anytime. Now, as the workflow is concerned, I'm responsible for the, let's call it the administration of the whole process. Koos is responsible for facilitating and monitoring the workflow and is the first point of contact for the process at Nova. And the information must please come through me, and then I will direct it to Montagu or the publisher as necessary. My mobile, there, oh, the last 4 digits are on the previous one. So it's 073-190-3250. You can phone me anytime. Oops. I'm a bit sensitive in career. Okay, and now before that, editing. So what the plan is at the moment, at this early stage, is that there will be 2, let's call it academic or content managers, or editors, namely Montagu and myself, and we will receive the chapters as they come in for the first time to facilitate thematic coordination and coherence, and that is where things like the Anthropocene and things like that come in, and our reaction to modernity. We will then advise the authors on the chapters that came in. We will insert cross-references. That's one thing I really like to do, that if there's a book like this and you can refer the different chapters to one another, you can ask the reader to go to chapter 3, so when a certain thing comes up, that is also, I think, what an editor should do, and perhaps suggest adjustments. This will later include facilitating and advising on comments from peer reviewers, because the publisher will then organize peer reviewing, or for the publisher to publish this work, it must meet certain academic standards before that can be done. And we have not talked that through, but perhaps that would also count for the DHET requirements. And of course, if you have a chapter in a DHET qualified book, then that chapter counts as a research output, if my memory serves. And then the timeline. So, colleagues, we've already started with that on our forms. So by 13 November, we must please have the authors and the first title of each chapter. My experience in life is that titles change. That's why I say first title. Then by 11 December of this year, please, authors must submit a 300-word abstract, which is also now a provisional abstract. It's not the final one. On the 8th of January, the editors will give feedback on the abstracts. Then, this is the nasty one, 15 April 2024. On that date, the editors have received all the chapters, And they write an introduction by the, I hope it's fine. And then we give a month for that, and then the 13th of May, we submit the manuscript to UNISA Press, and then the big process of peer review starts, and you will see, I think we gave 2 months, but that's just the broad outline. We give 2 months for the peer review process, and then by 15 July, the peer reviews would have come back, and a discussion, if any, with the authors, or between the editors and the authors, will then take place. And then the editors and the authors will work on the peer reviews. Most of them will be highly complimentary and favorable, I believe. And then by 12th of August, we deliver a final manuscript, and then, God willing, on the 13th of December is the publication. So I don't know, Vickers, whether you would like to add anything here or just introduce yourself to our colleagues. You're most welcome.
Good afternoon, colleagues, and thank you for the opportunity. We're excited about this publication process. I've got an author in the audience as well. Sytse, I published a book for you while I was still at Bloemfontein, at Sun Media Bloemfontein. I've been in publishing since 2004. UJ Press is a scholarly press, so we publish scholarly research outputs in print and electronic and audio format. All of our publications are DHET accredited, so we make sure that the process followed is according to the DHET standards. And yeah, we're looking forward to making a good publication. Thank you so much.
Any questions to Koos? Any complaints, objections?
I just want to know if the 7,500 words, does it include references?
Yeah. But it includes references. It includes references in the sense that we budgeted for a text of 90,000 words, but if there are longer chapters, then we are most willing to renegotiate the fee with the publisher. So what we've received from the publisher is a quotation, but that will only be finalized as a contract after the final manuscript has been approved. So don't worry too much if you want to write 8,500 words. We'll deal with that.
Not what it is. Okay, it seems we are all happy. So thanks, Koos. And it means we work as a team. We start a journey. But we can end the preparation today. Montagu, if you can come for the closure.
Yes, thank you. Just before I close, we would just like to ask Sytse, just 5 minutes, Sytse, just to give your impressions of what you have observed. And the reason why we ask Sytse specifically is, like Attie explained in the beginning, I think much of what we are doing today, you know, is a whole process and a culture that Sytse originally started also from his work, starting these kind of publications, and we wanna, how can I put it? We wanna continue this tradition of reflecting about what we are doing. So Sytse, thank you. If you, we will really just 5 minutes, but we would love to hear what you think, and also maybe some advice for us going forward would also be great. Christiaan says this is better.
Okay, it works? Thank you. Also a bit dangerous to ask a guy like me, who is a professional philosopher, to raise some words, because they never know the end. But I hope that the chairman will say stop now, because it's enough. So. Pardon? Okay, that's fine. 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes. Well, they asked me to give some reflections about what's going on today. Let me first say, it's totally new for me, this way of operating. Yeah, not that it's new for me to have a conference. Of course not, and I've organized a lot of conferences in the past. But the whole setup is quite new for me. One thing is what struck me from the beginning. You say we come together one day, and one day must be enough to make a lot of decisions, namely the theme, your chapter, the process, and then we run. Go on. I had a tradition of organizing conferences, being together 3 days. The purpose was that each participant presented a short paper that he could elaborate later, and the input was for all the participants to improve the paper of the person. So the whole process was a cooperative process. And I think the point of cooperation is very important to get a good end result. You must have exchange between the people, exchange of ideas and of corrections. And there were colleagues in my time who said, okay, this is a conference, we have to help each other. Tonight I come to you, and then we had a long talk together, and he started even writing for me. Well, that can go too far, but it's important to exchange, to help each other, because it's not only your individual product, it's a collective enterprise. That's point one. Point two, when this is a collective enterprise, you have to look at the audience here today. Some are gray, like me, or bold even. Some look fresh, that's fine. But for me, because Nova makes a linkage between society and the university, yeah, it's very important to get a connection with the university in such a way that also the younger generation is involved. Yeah? Because the university, the purpose of the university is to be a teaching community, teaching and learning community together of the younger generation and the older generation. So I would like to encourage this kind of conferences, that you bring in young people, yeah, who pick up your ideas and elaborate it further. Yeah, in their own research. It must make, of course, it must make sense for them. Yeah? So attract younger generation, I would say. And so Nova can, in that sense, also make a service to the university, because our current universities are really, to my mind, impoverished institutions. They just produce, and they produce students from the end and publications. But the whole issue is it must be a continuing learning community for the benefit of society. What is the benefit for society? It's a benefit for society, more than only a benefit for the university. And there's also benefit, of course, for NOVA itself. But let me first say some words about benefit for society. Science, contemporary science, in the modernity tradition, has the pretension that they pave the way to our future, to make the good future. Yeah? Never forget, to my mind, science is just one thing. Our understanding of the world is more than just scientific. And therefore, you need a lot of influences for me, science has to do with a belief understanding, so also the church is involved, and etc., etc. So the benefit of society is that NOVA says we have to work for the benefit of those people, okay, 5 minutes still, for those people who are in great needs. And I think that's excellent. And I hope that they will say, yes, thank you. Now I come to the benefit for NOVA itself. I ask this question to the person who is raising the board, that has still 5 minutes, or 2 minutes now. You, Mr. Murray, I ask you, what is the benefit for NOVA? And then you said, NOVA is a kind of, what I would say, an institution that has also renew itself. Yeah? Need an input because the society is changing. That reminds me of the modern development itself. I worked at a scientific laboratory, industrial scientific laboratory. So the input was expected to give an input to the industry to renew itself. I hope this kind of meetings can give an input to NOVA to get better impact and influence on the further promotion of the human life in this world. Thank you very much.
Yes, I think it is. Thanks. Sytse, thank you so much for the valuable comments and inputs that you've made. We've listened to what you said, and it makes so much sense. And it would have been great if we had 3 days today to continue these discussions. But thank you very much for everyone that came from very far. Those of you who flew in, Sytse from the Netherlands and others from the Cape, Valerie, Reyneke from the Cape, and all of you have traveled from Potchefstroom also and from all over. Thank you so much. I hope that it was as valuable to you as it was for me to listen to what everyone had to say. I saw something by chance, Koos, that I don't think you even know that, but it happened totally by chance. I did not see the timeline, but the 13th of December is my birthday. So it would be great if we publish the book on my birthday, the 24th of next year. Let's hope that, I hope and believe that we will manage to do that. So with that, I would like to thank you last time for being here. We started the program with a moment of truth. We have to also, I guess, end it with a moment of truth. I hope that the process will be enriching to you. And what I've realized when I actually prepared, when I also made the quotes out of, I took the quote out of the book of the Exodus and of Esther. What I've actually realized that I did not think about before is that there are certain points in one's life
that you can also interpret history or what you have been working on in a different way. And I think that is something that I will take forward, to remain open, to always think about what is happening with you in a different way, and to remain open to change your opinion and to rethink your opinion. I think, Sytse, you used the word rethinking in that first chapter. We always have to rethink what we are working on. And yeah, thank you for that, and thank you for thinking together with us, and specifically with NOVA. It's a privilege for us to have so many academic network partners to work with. We have learned so much through the years from our academic partners, and hopefully this is the beginning of a tradition. Well, not the beginning. We are standing in a tradition that already started, but hopefully we can continue this tradition. And a last comment, thank you, Sytse, also for mentioning the importance of bringing new people in, younger people, to learn with us in terms of in the practices that we stand in, and also in the thinking, the academic practice that many of us is standing in. So with that, that is then the conclusion of today. Thank you so much for that you have that you came here.